Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners meeting for January 17th. We will start with a salute to the flag. Commissioner Clark, would you lead us this morning, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, would you give us a roll call, please?
Vaughn Hartung, Chair.
Here.
Alexis Hill, Vice Chair. Here. Mike Clark. Mariluz Garcia.
Here.
Jean Herman. Assistant County Manager Dave Solero.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Sir, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 3. Would you take us into public comment, please?
Absolutely. Item number 3 is your public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call public comment?
Diane Becker is up first, followed by William Stewart.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. And first, I want to welcome our 2 new commissioners, and thanks to all 5 of you for serving the community. I'm active. My name is Diane Becker, and I live in Incline. I'm active in the Incline Village Crystal Bay community, serving as the chairperson of the CAB and a member of the Washoe County General Manager's Advisory Council. I do make these comments as an individual, not representing any entity, but as an individual who is very knowledgeable about the Incline community and about Washoe County now. At a recent CAB meeting, the request was raised again that the public be allowed to make public comment at the Board of Commissioners meetings via Zoom because it is very difficult and even at times dangerous and frightening for Incline residents to drive Highway 431. Today was a great example. I actually turned around and then I decided I'd committed at the meeting that I would come down and make this request, so I came. Especially it's difficult for older retired people, and a lot of people are also afraid due to COVID because they are older. So I know that Commissioner Hill has conveyed this request, and I'd urge you to consider making Zoom public comment available. We do have it in Incline Village through both the Incline Village General Improvement District and through our CAB meetings. And it really does encourage public comment. I'm suggesting it obviously for the entire county, not just for Incline Village. One thing you could consider is just trying it just for the winter. It would be safer for residents who live remotely, and it would also, you could see if it was really a burden. I'd like to also add that the input can be very beneficial to the deliberative process. And that's in several ways. First, from the standpoint of the community, you know that there's a lot of articles written that talk about the difficulties and the anger between the public and government. But when there's communication, you really can get rid of that. When people feel heard so that they have the opportunity for public input, and then explain the reasons that the decisions are made, you can really have a much more positive relationship with the communities. So I do urge that. I also wanted to raise one other observation I made on the staff reports I recently read. Many of them say there was not time for any kind of public input hearing or meetings. And I'd like to say that there was one that we just got notices of where they're talking about putting in child care facilities within homes, which makes sense to me. But at the same time, some very important meetings have occurred with no public meetings. And I'd like to encourage that you set up a more a global process that applies to all on that. And thank you all so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
William Stewart, followed by Jim McNamara.
Welcome, Mr. Stewart.
Good morning, Commissioners. Congratulations, Ms. Garcia and Mr. Clark, for your election. One of the things I want to talk to you about today, obviously, is an issue that's been going on for decades. As a resident of Washoe County for almost 30 years, I've seen firsthand the delay in responses of what can happen with 911 not having a single dispatch location. I know we've worked together so far as REMSA and Truckee Meadows to solve that issue, but we need to broaden it throughout Sparks and Reno as well. There's money allocated for the enhanced 911 system, so why can't we have one single dispatch location where the calls come in, you get the quickest response, and the people that are closest to the response, because time is life. And right now, as we deal with a lot of weather, I can guarantee, as we speak right now, there's people chaining up their rigs, going to places that's going to take them a lot longer to get to than it normally would on dry surfaces. I've been on a rig for a long time. I've been on 3 different fire departments throughout the county. I've seen firsthand when people call 911 and another jurisdiction comes across right in front of the other jurisdiction to solve something that should have been done in a much more timely manner. This has got to get solved. I've been saying this for 30 years. I talked to Sparks, I talked to Rena, I've talked to you guys. We have 2 new commissioners here. We have 3 new Reno City Council people. How much longer is it going to take for us to solve this problem? You took an oath when you got elected to protect the citizens of this county. You have to do your job. It says right there, working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. How are we going to get that done? You guys have the power to do that. So I go back to an article. Actually, it was a Blue Ribbon Committee, 2014, almost 10 years ago. And it says, the BRC endorses a single centralized dispatch center which drives standardization, increases efficiency and cost effectiveness, and maximizes technology investments to the benefit of all citizens of Washoe County. Opportunities. There are numerous opportunities for enhancement of services through a regional fire service system. It starts with providing public education to the citizens served about how they must take responsibility for protecting and defending themselves, such as becoming a fire-wise or fire-adapted community. It means that homeowners, firefighters, land managers, civic leaders have done their part to prepare for the next wildfire. And it's not just wildfire, it's medical emergencies too. People can't hold their breath for more than 3 minutes. You've got to take care of them as quickly as possible. And the last one that hits home really hard is basically, and I'm sure you guys have already understood this, it is well established that turf, power, and politics are the 3 most common reasons for regional services efforts to fail. If service to the people is the driving force behind the effort to regionalize services, the other challenges can be overcome. The Blue Ribbon Committee believes that citizens are not concerned about these 3 factors, only about protection and response. So, I don't know what's going on with the regionalization. Dave, I don't know if Eric has talked about that. I've been asking if it's an open meeting law. Those are the things that government needs to show the people.
Jim McNamara, followed by Mark Campbell.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I spoke to you about a month ago about the homeless inventory of, or available housing inventory in Washoe County, and someone questioned the figures that I gave, and someone actually followed me out and wanted further information. So while sitting here, I pulled up the Washoe County website and the housing analysis. In fact, there are it says 735 available beds, units available here right now. Of course, it's from 2 years ago because the website has, or that analysis has not been updated. And it says on that page, hold us accountable. So I offer that for your information on your own on the county website. Today, I would like to talk very briefly about information, and I know last time the commissioners during the meeting were talking about not having reliable data. Well, this data comes from the medical examiner across the street, and it was from a Freedom of Information request that was made a couple of weeks ago. In 2022, 97 unhoused homeless citizens died in this county. 97. In 2021, it was 56. In 2016, it was 19. The trend line is very unfavorable. For perspective, if it was published in the paper or on the news that 96 students or 96 tourists died in this county last year, I can imagine what the response might be. And I realize these are homeless citizens. They don't show up at these meetings, and they certainly don't have much in the way of advocacy, but there are responsibility. So I ask that you consider those numbers and what it might mean. Secondly, I would ask that we consider using some of the financial resources that last month came into the Homeless Cares Campus, and consider using some of that to temporarily house some of these citizens that don't have space in the shelters. And there are an abundance of hotel rooms in this community, especially in the winter, that may prevent a handful of deaths, maybe a lot more. And as far as the breakdown of those deaths, if anybody wonders, mostly over 40 were from drug and alcohol abuse. And I realize that housing them might not eliminate all of those, but experts would differ and say housing first would be the most appropriate thing to eliminate some of those deaths. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Campbell, followed by Joseph Pelham.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mark Campbell from Denver, Colorado, and I'm the manager of Dandini Spectrum Holdings. This is a company that owns land at Dandini and State Highway, or US Highway 395. We've owned it for several years. This is to be built 420 units of attainable housing, workforce housing. I personally spent $2.4 million, and our company's got $6.5 million. This is in the city of Reno. All permits have been processed. They're ready to pull. We're ready to break ground. We've been working with the county for some time for a water line easement and with a fire access road on top. We've been given conflicting information by the staff, in our opinion, or we wouldn't be this far along. We expected to be on the county commission docket in February, and we just got an email on Friday. Its quote says there's not an appetite for a Board of County Commission agenda item at this time. Apparently the sheriff's opposed to it. Although I've met with him personally a year and a half, he expressed only concern. He did not want a daycare. And my partner, Joe Pelham, who's sitting here, had a meeting recently he'll tell you about. So what I'm asking for is to have our day before you, the governing body, soon, or some kind of work session so we can explain our project and what it is. It's 420 units. It's a $110 million project. The benefits, as we see it, it's more housing for the community. We're bringing a life-saving water line. This area has only one water line, and it needs two to put our housing in. And we would build this for the benefit of this facility that's next to us. Also, we're bringing a secondary fire access road that will also serve the Public Safety Training Center. Right now, there's only one fire access. Both improvements we're paying for. We've been told that Homeland Security has recommended these safety improvements, and they're not done. We have a huge utility easement that covers all the buildings, and we would be willing to get rid of that easement, which I think is dangerous for the county to maintain. We're also agreed to build a $1.5 million sanitary sewer line down Parr Boulevard, which is also ready to commence construction. The plans are done. We're also making significant road and traffic improvements at the intersection of 395 and Dandini. So we appreciate your consideration to allow us to present this project to you in some format. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Joseph Pelham, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Members of the commission, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm going to follow on to what Mark Campbell said and adopt his comments as my own as well. We have been working on this water line and emergency access easement for several years now, going back to meetings in 2021 with the director of the Public Safety Training Facility. And the problem that we've run into is we'll go in person and have a meeting with either the public safety director or the executive board there or the sheriff or other members in the community, and we'll get a resounding positive feedback from them in those meetings. Following which we'll find emails and we'll be informed that this is not an item that is being presented to this board, that is being discussed. And what we're looking for here is we're looking for transparency. We're looking for our day to be able to present these items that are of major benefit to the community. We really believe that they are. We have a large financial partner behind us, an $80 billion hedge fund that's going to be a great partner in this community when we build multiple projects. I'm from here, I grew up here, my family's here. This is something, I know this is a real concern in the community to have more housing. And we want to make sure that we get the chance to present this so that it's not political cloak and dagger keeping this from you as the body who gets to make these decisions. And so what we're asking for today is that you instruct your staff to put this as an agenda item before this commission at your next meeting or in some sort of work session so that we can present the other side of the story than what you might be hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Jeff Church. And I do have documents to distribute to the board for Mr. Flaherty.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Doug Flaherty from Incline Village. Excuse my voice, I'm recovering from that respiratory virus. I allege that today's Washoe County Commissioner meeting and its public notice agenda for today's meeting are in violation of the American Disabilities Act Title II and in violation of the intent of the Nevada Open Meeting Law. Washoe County has failed to allow electronic access and electronic public comment during today's meeting, resulting in discrimination against those individuals who are disabled and because of their disability are unable to travel long distances to reach today's meeting. This especially includes the elderly and disabled who cannot, for public safety reasons and fear of traversing steep mountain and snow-covered roads in active traffic, from the Incline Village, Crystal Bay geographical area to Washoe County offices. The discrimination is magnified by a double standard that allows the commissioners to access the meeting electronically. ADA Title II prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities and requires state and local governments to give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from all of their programs and activities. State and local governments must communicate effectively with people who have hearing, vision, and speech disabilities. Public entities are required to make reasonable modifications to policies, practice, and procedures where necessary to avoid discrimination unless they can demonstrate that doing so would fundamentally alter the nature of the service, program, or activity provided. Further, Incline Village, elderly and disabled were discriminated against by posting the following public transportation notice. Paragraph 6 of the agenda, public transportation is available to this meeting via RTC routes 2, 5, and 15 that serve this location. Routes 2, 5, and 15 basically are Reno routes. They are not routes connected with Crystal Bay and Incline Village. ADA Title II prohibits authorities from discriminating against people with disabilities. This includes transportation. And lastly, I allege that the meeting today is in violation of the intent of NRS 241. In enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that all public bodies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and their deliberations are conducted openly. And please read the rest of the statement. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff Church, followed by Ann Nichols. And I have a card to pass out for Mr. Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church.
Good morning, everyone. What great speakers before me. I love public comment. So many wonderful speakers. My name is Jeff Church. I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm a elected trustee for the Washoe County School District, but the views expressed today are mine. What I want to talk about, and there's not going to be enough time, is the gas tax, homeless issues, what I commonly call the Maytag repairman, and at-risk kids, because they're your problem as well as our problem or issue to deal with. We only have them till 2:30 p.m. and you get them on weekends, et cetera. And I care deeply about at-risk kids. So I really want to talk about that. Because there's not time, I want to point out that I run a couple websites, renotaxrevolt.com, watchdogjeff.com, and also Watchdog Jeff on Twitter. So first of all, again, as I mentioned, at-risk kids, there's so much we need to partnership as a school district, and again, views are mine, with the county, with the cities, to deal with these kids so that they're not a pipeline to prison, but they're a pipeline to success. And it's probably my number one concern because the quality of education in Washoe County and the state of Nevada, quite frankly, is not good. I want to talk about homeless, but there's really not enough time today. I want to talk about the gas tax. The gas tax goes up every July 1. That's why it's so much cheaper to go to Fernley or Carson City, even though the gas comes into Reno and then gets trucked down to Carson City, and yet it's like 30 cents to 50 cents cheaper. Your legal folks may tell you that there's nothing you can do. I strongly disagree. I have the research. If they tell you that, ask them to prove it. Let me give you my research and let your legal folks say, no, he's wrong on this, he's wrong on that. The Maytag repairman. We've had folks fill this auditorium and say, please give us some voter fraud reform. And the board said no. Your commission has said no. I have one simple question, one simple request, rather. Could we have one temporary, one-year funded investigator or two part-time, retired law enforcement, non-peace officer position to investigate voter fraud? If they're the Maytag repairman, wonderful. You after a year, after a few months, you can come back and say, no, there's no voter fraud. If they're inundated with cases, we know we have a problem. If we have such an investigator, just the existence of that investigator could dissuade anybody from voting illegally. We know that it happens. I'm not saying I'm a conspiracy person, that it's widespread and maybe Trump would have won. I'm not saying any of that, but we know it exists. So please consider funding a one-year position for an investigator. And again, as I expected, there's not time to talk about everything else. But again, renotaxrevolt.com, watchdogjeff.com, or watchdogjeff on Twitter. And again, views expressed are mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Nichols, followed by Nicholas St. John, and I have an item to distribute to the board for Ms. Nichols.
Okay, do you want to distribute the item first before your time starts? Hold on, Ms. Nichols.
Oh, thank you. Good morning.
Just give us 1 second here.
Okay.
Let us get the document. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Madam Clerk, would you start the timer? Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance, 52-year resident, Lake Tahoe, 52-year realtor, California and Nevada, and Washoe County taxpayer with 4 properties. So the Tahoe Prosperity Center is a nonprofit conceived in 2010 as a self-appointed entity to improve the prosperity of Lake Tahoe. The study commissioned in 2010 supported the theory that investment in large development would help this happen. It didn't happen. It wasn't successful. It didn't solve Tahoe's problem. In 2012, the TRPA Regional Plan, which allowed for more height, density, traffic, and less housing for affordable housing, resulted in more fires, more invasive species, less lake clarity. The Prosperity Center now has a 2022 study, which is financially disturbing. Per their website, the group appears to have 3 employees and a 14-member board, which is comprised of 12 members from South Shore. I believe, I just found out this morning, Alexis is on it. I wasn't aware of that. It wasn't on the website. I'm sure all are well-meaning, but there appears to be no particular background in the monumental programs proposed. Washoe County has already given the Prosperity Center $30,000. In the Prosperity Center's playbook, they are requesting $40 million as an investment. The first year, $677,000, $250,000 a year for workforce housing programmatic costs, $200,000 for marketing and branding. They want to change the name to Tahoe Inc. $150,000 a year for 2 part-time employees, and $10 million for workforce housing activities and programs, $10 million for business startups, $20 million a year for mobility programs, eventually increasing cumulatively to over $1 billion over 5 years. The true beneficiaries of this giant proposal remains unclear. The efficacy of this self-appointed group remains unclear. If this is this the best use of taxpayer money? Any commissioners with ties to the Prosperity Center should recuse themselves from any discussions or votes regarding them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nicholas St. John.
Welcome, Mr. St. John.
Good morning again. Nicholas St. John, for the record, please put my comments on the record. I've been coming here for 25 months, and one of the things that we've run into, as Jeff just alluded to, a number of times there was not enough time for him to actually give you valid information so you guys could actually not come to a conclusion, but that you would be able to address this. I've come up here and I've asked, you guys have stopped me out from 3 minutes. You've turned off my mic. I've been escorted out of here. You've called recesses because of this 3-minute thing that in the NRS code, it does not give you 3 minutes. It says you can do it according to a reasonable restriction. 3 minutes, I propose, is not reasonable. There needs to be another mechanism where you, as the people that we put into office, meet with we the people where we can have open discussions. That means a dialogue. I've asked simple questions like, did you get my report? And nobody would even answer a simple yes or no question. If you want to know why we're frustrated, that's why. Second, I have an investigation is open within the internal audit. We have now had 2 review board meetings. They took no action on it. It was indicated that it was complete. Nobody that was on the review panel even got my initial report. How could you have a report or an audit that has a report that's complete when they haven't even seen the initial report? So I produced a 65-page report, and I got that to all of them. We just had a last meeting last Thursday. Our item came up. Not one single review person looked at it or even raised a question about all the questions that have not been answered in my initial report. That review board is I believe under the ultimately under you guys, but the county manager. Someone needs to look into why this review is not being complete. Third, the metal detector is still illegal. You guys have, I've asked last time for you to produce a policy or some kind of document that indicates what this board has the authority to override the 4th Amendment and the First Amendment of or the first article of Nevada, I believe it's NRS codes or the Nevada laws, Article 10. No one has produced that document. So I'm here asking for you to step up and start meeting with the people. Vaughn, you said you had some thoughts on election not resolution, but ways to make that more efficient. And I look forward to meeting with you sometime about and discussing a lot of this stuff. But so far in the 25 months, other than one conversation I've had with Vaughn, and I think, Alexis, you and I had one conversation. It may have been because I called your cell phone and you answered, but no one's ever called me on any of this stuff. I put my number on this every single time. Thank you.
That's everybody who has signed in chambers, but I do have one email from Elise Weatherly to be placed on the record.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will close public comment. We will bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, would you take us into item number 4, please?
Absolutely. Number 4 is Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have any such items, Mr. Manager?
I have 2 items today. One, I just wanted to show my appreciation for all of the staff that have been out on the weekends and the evenings and the mornings trying to make sure that all the unincorporated Washington County roadways are safe and passable, our parks are open and accepting of people, as well as our communications team for make sure the information is out there, and our 311 callers who take the calls on a daily basis. So I just wanted to throw that out there. They've been working very hard, and I thought I had a couple of seconds here, I'd go ahead and do that. So thank you for that. The second item, Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me in coming down to the podium, please.
Sure. Me?
Yes, please.
I thought you were just on your way down to the podium.
I'd like your assistance.
Okay. Surprise, surprise.
That's the way we like to do it. So, commissioners, I'd like to present to Vaughn Hartung 10 years of continuous service to Washoe County. So we do this, and I know that you did this to Commissioner Jung. And so here's your 10-year certificate and a 10-year pin for you. So thank you very much for your service to date for Washoe County.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and Ms. Ramos would like a picture.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
It's really
Appreciate
nice.
it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solero. You caught me off guard with that one. Well done. Okay. Do you have anything else?
Nothing else, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Herman, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some repeat requests and then some new ones. And I'll start now, and I need a few minutes, so be patient. Thank you. About the cabs. I know you're tired of hearing me talk about cabs, but I have seen in the Sun Valley cab, it worked really well when developers come to those meetings, because the meetings you're already there, and you want to hear about what's going on in your county. So development issues work at the county cabs. They really do work. And they used to work very well, and I'd like to see developments come back to the cabs. The other way is just not working. People are very unhappy with the way that is, but we've had some very successful issues that have come up, and we solved them right there at the cab meeting. So we put on some good developments with improvements, and I can't see any reason why we shouldn't put them back together. Thank you about that one. And then I asked this one once before too, about appointing people to boards. Sometimes it's good if the board members had a minute or two with these people, or maybe they don't get a chance to, but I like to talk to the people that are running for these boards. And I like to kind of interview them and find out where they are, and what their experience and all that. When you look at a piece of paper, it does give facts and figures, but it's nice to be able to just visit with them and find out, why they're interested in this position, and it's wonderful because they're all wanting to be public servants. And it's really interesting to talk to them and find out things about them you just don't forget those, It's really cool. And so I think we should have just a little heads up on these. It just all of a sudden they come on an agenda, and then we don't know, well, who was that? I've never heard that name before, So anyhow, that's number 2. Number 3, I got my tax assessment, and I knew it was going to be bad because I know that everybody's houses have been selling for just crazy prices. And I am sure there's a lot of seniors that nearly had a heart attack when they saw theirs. And I think we should start thinking of a way to give them a break, you know. Especially if we could put it on a request kind of thing, like if they're really having a hard time or whatever and they can't make it, they're on Social Security, there's got to be some way we can adjust that. I know maybe they'll go down again if everything falls down and all that, but taxes don't usually go down. But just something to think about. I've put a lot of thought into it too, but I haven't come up with a solution for it yet, or a nice way to do it that pleases everybody. Okay, so this item, I'm going to give a little history to, because a lot of you might not know why we have this dog kennel here. And so at one point, there was a young man that came to the meeting, and he threatened to drink Roundup. Well, it was a joint meeting at the time, and I was sitting right down on the little kids' table, and I was just watching him. I thought, well, if he's stupid enough to drink it, you know, fine. If he's not, well, he's probably drinking green Jello water or something. So everybody kind of panicked, and from that point on, we got ridiculous. We put this up, and they threatened to put bulletproof glass around the dais, and I said, well, if you put that there, I'm going to sit down there. So, because I want to be closer to the people. So anyhow, I'm just asking. It's really a big bother. You know, when we take pictures, we come in there anyhow, so what's the big deal? So that's my number 4. And I feel like I remember it used to happen where public comments that came in on an email, they were either read briefly, or at least the idea of it. If somebody was for some bill or against one bill, that would be easy to report on email, just by the clerk. And I just thought that's one thing that we don't have anymore, and that was a good idea, because it really gives us a better idea of what the people are thinking if we know what those emails were all about, because we won't hear what they were all about until weeks later when the minutes come out. Okay. So I think that's, I just wanted to say I agreed with Ms. Becker. The people at Incline and other places, such as Gerlach in my district, they wish they could attend the meetings, but it's hard enough to get here for me and Mike. We're the farthest out. We're the farthest out here and the farthest out in miles. So that just is an idea that I think that we ought to look at, because people want to know what's going on. You know, it's not hard to get here if you live in just right around town. You know, it's kind of easy. Some people can even walk here. But anyhow, I think that's a really good idea. So I'll quiet down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Hill, Vice Chair Hill, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to give a shout out to the county manager's office and Elizabeth Jordan, who organized our table at the MLK dinner. And it was great to have county representation last night at that event. And our county manager, Mr. Brown, was nominated for a community award. He did not get it, but it's an honor to be nominated and be in the presence of all those community members. So just a really great night, feel-good night, and Commissioner Mariluz Garcia was there as well. So I just wanted to say thank you to the team on that. And then I think it would be very helpful to have a easement policy brought to this board, because it seems like there's been a lot of miscommunication from the public commenters that we just heard from about how independent developer initiated, not county initiated easements are done. And so we can get people on a better track than this long, complicated issue that seems to have happened with the developers who came to us today. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garcia, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No requests at this time other than to piggyback on what Madam Vice Chair had just mentioned. Yesterday was the 35th annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. birthday gala, and I wanted to take a moment today to congratulate the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society. The proceeds of the dinner go towards supporting 5 focal areas: cultural awareness education, faith-based engagement, holistic health, civic engagement, and professional development. And so I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and say thank you to not only them, but to all of the nonprofits and organizations here locally whose work centers on Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy. And they don't just do it one weekend out of the year, they do it every single day. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll jump in here. With respect to Mr. Solero, Ms. Lewinhagen, I would love to have CABs have development projects back. That's where I cut my teeth. They served on, before getting on a CAB, I served on a design review committee for the Spanish Springs Elementary School. So I was very disappointed when those went away. We can certainly have this conversation offline, and I'm happy to do that. I'd also like to remind you, Commissioner Herman, that when you were sitting down there, recall that the fellow not just had the Roundup bottle that he drank whatever it was, but first he put on a gas mask. Red flag. When you're the only one sitting in the, when one person in the room has a gas mask on and nobody else does, and I sat here thinking, he has a gas mask on, and then suddenly it was like, oh my gosh. That was an interesting meeting, to say the least. Interesting meeting. Other than that, I also, Mr. Solero, I wanted to thank staff for the hard work and the responsiveness. And I see him sitting in the crowd, Mr. Crump. You know, every single call that I got that I forwarded to you, and you immediately contacted the folks back. This has been a challenge, but I think staff, I think you guys have done a pretty darn good job of trying to be responsive to the best of our ability. Snow plows and et cetera have been on full time. It has been a real challenge for us. So thank you so very much for all the hard work, to all the staff out there working overtime. And that includes the staff of the City of Reno and the City of Sparks, because they've also been trying to clear roads. We've gotten lots of requests for plowing roads and et cetera. But one of the things, and now school is back in session, but one of the things that people didn't realize, they'd think, oh, you know, they normally plowed my road and now they forgot it. Well, if you were on a school route, your road got plowed, and when school is out, they don't do that. So I didn't see our road plowed. I didn't see Sky Ranch plowed for, you know, a long time, and now it's been plowed, of course, because school is back in session. So again, thank you so very much to staff. You guys have done a phenomenal job, and more to come. Go water. That's all I can say, is fill those reservoirs. Mr. Clark, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Chairman Hartung. I've got a handout I'd like to pass out to the other commissioners. Do I just give that to the clerk, or pass
Yeah,
it
the clerk
along?
just needs a copy.
Sure. And can we get that on the overhead as well? I'd like the audience to see
You have to do it.
that.
You have to do it from down below.
I think a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I think it's important that everyone in the chamber gets a chance to see. That's mine. Yeah, thank you. They've got extras over there. I had enough extras, so I could get you one. This picture, if you'll take a look at this picture was in the Reno's Gazette Journal on the 2nd of January, 2023. This is showing an individual cooking chicken on open flame. Can anybody guess where that patio is or where that area is? That's on the Reno Justice Court patio. That's right next to the Justice Court wall there, cooking with an open flame. You know, I've been a real estate broker for 40 plus years, a mortgage broker for 40 years, a property manager for 35, 40 years. Part of the job of having those duties is to protect the investment of the people that you're managing the property for. And if the county's managing the courthouses, I want to know, why isn't this being patrolled? Why aren't people being kept off of there? And why is an open flame like this right next to the courthouse wall? I'd like to know who's in charge of guarding this, who's the vendor, how much do we pay them, and what do we ask of them? You know, this is an open flame. The gentleman was just allowed to cook away. Where's security? Is there 24-hour security there on the courts? Do we have cameras at the courts? And if so, how do we review the footage? You know, there's also leaks, again, with protecting the public's, the taxpayers' assets. I understand there's leaks at the courthouse. Have they been fixed? I heard about them at the swearing in on January 3rd here. There was discussion about that. I've been on the receiving end of that as the assessor at this county. Took me 5 years to get them to fix the leak on the assessor's office roof. I know it wasn't necessarily with anybody on this particular board, but I just know of the lack of responsiveness of protecting public assets, and I just want to bring that to your attention. Open flame, I should have brought the color picture. It was much more revealing to see those flames licking at the wall of the courthouse. So that's something I think we need to look into. Next, I'd like to comment on the comments that were made here this morning by Ms. Becker. I think it's a great idea to have Zoom comments to the board. We've got a very large county. We've got situations with the weather, people that are seniors, people that are disabled. There's lots of good reasons why we should have public comment via Zoom. As far as Mr. Stewart's comments about dispatch, I think that's something I've talked to the firefighters unions, and they're all for that. And I think many times when you talk to the actual workers in any situation usually have better ideas than the management. People who've got to work with what they have. People have a good idea of how to do a job better, many times better than the bean counter. So we should be looking at the unions, looking at the firefighters, talking to the people who actually have to deal with this and find better solutions. Next, I want to talk to the point Mr. McNamara made about 97 homeless people have died here, and his point is well received. If we've got 97 tourists that died, 97 students died. We got 97 people dying of fentanyl. Those are all headlines, and they would be received in a whole different way than 97 homeless passing away. And it seems the trend is moving up. So we need to find out why, what's really taking place there. As far as Mr. Campbell's comments, you know, as a former county assessor here, 420 new units for workforce housing here in the Reno area. I mean, that's a big bump in the assessed value. That could really help the county coffers. You know, they're looking at, and it seems like it hits all the right chords that we're looking at here. A new water line, a fire road, easements, a new sewer line. So now we've got affordable properties, we've got water going to them, we've got sewage, we've got a road that could serve the development. So I think that's a great place to start. And let's get a discussion and find out what's going on. He feels that he's been stonewalled or not been heard. I think it's time that we hear about this project and find out what's really taking place there. Mr. Pelham's comments were in concert with that. As far as Mr. Flattery, I brought this up. I think we need to allow Zoom's comments to this board. Jeff Church was right on the money. I mean, I haven't bought gas in this county in the last 2 years. I drive to Carson City. I will not pay an extra 50 cents a gallon for gas. It's outrageous. It's putting our local merchants at a disadvantage, the people who sell gas here, the people who live in this community, buy local. This is not helping buy local by any stretch. So we need to take a good hard look at, maybe put a cap on that 41 or 42 cents a gallon extra for gas here. Last, talk a couple more items here. Nicholas St. John came up with some comments that he needs to be addressed. Let's take a look at the metal detector. Let's take a look at why do we need that. And as far as Jeannie Herman talking about interviewing the folks that are being appointed to this board, what could make more sense than that? Interviewing people that want to serve on a board. You know, as the assessor, we've got some people that we're trying to put on the former assessor. They were trying to put on the Board of Equalization. As the former assessor, I didn't feel it was right to talk about the people who were on the board. But now I'm not in that position. I can tell you, some of the folks that are on that board of the Board of County Adjustments, they don't know what they're doing. Some of them don't know the real property from personal property. I'm not kidding. So I want to have some people that are qualified. And the reason is that's a buffer between the assessor's valuation and the public's right to have a fair hearing. We need people on that particular board that are qualified to answer these questions and to look into what the assessor's doing and what the final outcome is. If the people don't trust the system fails. We need somebody in there who knows what they're doing. You know, I was so naive. I asked it 2 weeks ago to get that moved back on the agenda, which they did kindly enough, but they didn't move the open enrollment period for this. So we've got people who want to volunteer for these boards, and then they don't get a chance to do it because the cutoff period was passed. I don't think that's right. You know, we've got people who want to serve on these boards, and they don't get a chance to because they hear about it after the open enrollment is no longer available. And just to put a final point on that particular one, these folks were termed out. Their appointments expired last June. Here it is 7 months later. Now everything's got to move at the speed of light. Why is that? Why didn't the last county commissioners appoint these people before it had to go this right to the deadline? I talked to the current assessor this morning, and they have to have these people on board in the next week or so. Why do they wait till the last minute to get this on the agenda? And I'm talking about last week when we had since June. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, well, excuse me. One last thing. I've got to bring this up. Everyone's saluting and commenting on what a great job the staff did and sent them off to the 35th annual MLK dinner. I'm going to take exception to that. I didn't get invited. I didn't hear about it until after the event was over. So they might have got invited, but I felt like, in this case, I was discriminated against. I didn't get an invitation to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right, we will close item number 4, and that takes us now into item number 5. Mr. Manager.
Item number 5 is a proclamation for the day. So it looks like Commissioner Garcia is going to go down and take this one. And I believe we've got Darcy Phillips in the audience to come down as well. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Garcia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So it is my honor to introduce the proclamation today. Many of us have family and friends who have unfortunately been impacted by the detrimental results of cancer. I wanted to read this proclamation today, so thank you for honoring me with that. 3 of my close friends under the age of 40 have all undergone double mastectomies for breast cancer, so this issue really hits near and dear to my heart. So whereas cancer is the second leading cause of death in Nevada, and whereas experts agree that there are many ways to help prevent cancer, including reducing tobacco use, eating healthily, getting regular physical activity and exercise, limiting alcohol consumption, and reducing exposure to the sun when it's at its peak. And whereas life-saving screenings for breast, colorectal, cervical, skin, and lung cancers can help people find cancers earlier when they're easier to treat and are available throughout the Truckee Meadows, including at community health clinics. And whereas more than 200 children in Nevada are diagnosed with cancer each year, the causes which are largely unknown. And whereas expanding access to health coverage and health care and providing support to residents to help them take steps to prevent cancer, access vital cancer screenings and treatment, and improve supports for quality of life during and after treatment is vital to reducing the burden of cancer in Washoe County. And whereas the Nevada Cancer Coalition and its many community members and partners are committed to reducing the burden of cancer in Washoe County and across Nevada to create healthier communities for all Nevadans. And whereas Washoe County residents can take actions to help reduce the burden of cancer, such as driving a neighbor to treatment, exercising with others in the community parks and open spaces, wearing sunscreen regularly, getting cancer preventative vaccines, and quitting smoking. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim February 4th as World Cancer Day in Washoe County and encourage all citizens to join activities that will increase awareness of what they can do to prevent, detect, treat, and control cancer and improve quality of life. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thanks for having us back. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Would you like to say anything?
I would love to. Thanks. We appreciate it. I'm glad to be back for a second time. We're really trying to make these proclamations happen. But there's some really exciting new data out from the American Cancer Society showing that prevention does work.
Yes.
Women ages 20 to 24, who were the first cohort to be able to get the HPV vaccine, we've seen a 65% decrease in cervical cancer. Wow. Super exciting. We're thrilled about that. That just came out this week. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. You know, it's interesting. I don't think there's anyone in this audience that hasn't been touched by cancer, whether it's a direct family member, my own family has been touched by it, or have had very, very, very dear friends who have passed away from cancer. Our Mayor Ron Smith passed away, among others. It's just, he's the first that have come to mind. So very important to support this, and it just, and I have been supportive of the Children's Cancer Foundation, where, you know, helping families with, you know, getting their kids through the treatments, and I can tell you, having had very, very, very sick family members, you don't know where to turn. You don't know what to do. You go into survival mode, and I'll tell you, it's overwhelming. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys do. I could not be more grateful. Thank you. Commissioners, anyone else want to make any comments before I close this item? By the way, was that in the form of a motion? Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, we will close public comment. We will bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion, I believe, carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes on the screen. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 6, our consent agenda.
Yes, item number 6 is your consent agenda, items 6A1 through 6E1.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to make a motion, but I also wanted to point out Commissioner Herman's donations.
Would you please?
Okay. Commissioner Herman has so generously donated her commission funds to a lot of great organizations and causes. So $20,000 to Safe Embrace, $10,000 to the Via Conservation District, $10,000 to the Washoe Story Conservation District, $10,000 to the Reno Air Racing Association, which I know that they really need, $5,000 to the Food Bank, $2,500 to Our Story, $2,500 to Adopt a Vet Dental Program, $2,500 to the Washoe County Human Services Agency for the Men's Crossroads Program, $2,500 to the Veterans Upward Bound Program at Truckee Meadows Community College, $2,500 to the Salvation Army, $2,500 to the Veterans Guest House, and $2,000 to the Center for Healthy Aging. So thank you so much, Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Let me see. Commissioner Clark, do you have a question or a comment?
I can never tell if this light's on. Apparently it is. I wanted to find out if we can pull a couple of these items off the consent and, or at least have a little bit more discussion
Sure.
before we vote on.
What is it? Which items do you want information on?
I guess the most pressing one is, again, on B2, not the most pressing, but one of the issues. B2, it's another question of reappointing somebody who's on a board. I'd like to see if the county, again, reaches out to more folks to see if there's, we need to do a better job of letting people know that these board or commission appointments are available. And I just want to find out what exactly, how the county has advertised that particular position. I'm not certainly not singling this person out, but I want to find out more about who else has been authorized or informed that this was available. Next, I want to talk about 6C2. Do we need another county assistant county manager? You know, I keep hearing about hybrid work in the county, and obviously, read countrywide the problems with staffing. All I hear is from my constituents is how the county might be growing its employees, but our residents feel that they're getting less and less service. I'm not sure how it's been shown that to me in these reports that the third spot is needed. And we're looking at significant cost. It's approximately $250,000 to almost $1/3 to hire this new person. I just want to find out exactly what we're going to be getting for our money. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Solero, would you like to answer one of the questions? I know that I can probably answer some of the, at least a piece of the question on 6C2, but do you want to, as far as the law library, do we have anybody who can answer that question? Oh, look at here. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Emily Reed. For the record, I'm the Assistant Court Administrator for the 2nd Judicial District Court. And Sarah, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Sarah Bates. I'm the law librarian at the Washoe County Law Library.
Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. To answer Commissioner Clark's question, we do post the position, all open positions. So we have a non-attorney and an attorney position that become available on the Washoe County Law Library Board of Trustees each year. It is posted every year on the Washoe County website, and we accept applications through Granicus, through the Washoe County online application system. This year, we received 3 applications for the non-attorney position and 1 application for the attorney position. The Law Library Board of Trustees met with the applicants and voted on Ms. Partridge, and Sarah can tell you more. I was not able to attend that meeting, but they did interview the candidates and make a decision on who to recommend. And then again, we had 1 attorney apply, and that person is Mike Cattleman, and he is someone who has been serving on the board. We also post on our website, the Washoe County Law Library website, that positions become available every year, and to reach out to us if anyone is interested in applying so that we can make sure that we get that application information to them. I don't believe that I received a single email from somebody who wanted to apply last year. Ms. Bates can say whether or not she has.
We had one attorney applicant. That was it.
What are the time requirements for this? You know?
The time requirements to serve on the board?
Yes.
Very minimal. So we meet 4 times a year,
Okay.
once every quarter for an hour. We currently do most of those meetings at lunchtime. Occasionally, that does change just depending on everybody's availability. They are available to attend and serve electronically, so they can appear via Zoom. Those meetings, as well as members of the public can attend via Zoom to our meeting. The board members have the option, of course, of volunteering for other projects. Mr. Cattleman has been working on a longstanding project for the law library where he has gotten funding for a video project for our law library patrons, which will hopefully make access a little bit easier and explain some court processes for them. So he has volunteered to go above and beyond to that normal time commitment, but typically it is at least 4 meetings a year. And then we do an annual luncheon for our lawyer and the library volunteers, and we do ask that our board members attend that as well.
Okay. Ms. Clark, do you have any questions for staff?
For Telford. No questions. Thank you for the quick response. I'm glad you're in the audience. Thank you.
Absolutely, anytime.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Solero, did you want to open up C2, 6C2, and talk about that position?
We can certainly do that. I do have Patricia Hurley, Director of Human Resources here
Okay.
to answer
Can you come and answer some questions for us, Ms. Hurley? Because I know we had the position filled. The position, then she retired. And so now basically, and so it sort of went into hiatus, and now we're just bringing it back. So Ms. Hurley.
Hi, Patricia Hurley, Human Resources. For the record, you are correct, Chair Hartung. What had happened in 2019, we did have 3 ACMs. During that time, we did reclassify one of those positions of the ACM to the Chief Fiscal Officer. So we eliminated the 3rd ACM, or actually it was repurposed to the Finance Officer. So at this time, we only have 2.
Okay. Questions, Mr. Clark?
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on item 6, our consent agenda?
We do. We have one speaker for 6C1, Vicki D. Mambro.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pass over you. We'll come back.
No,
Hi, my name is Vicki DeMambro. For the record, I am on the board of directors for Safe Embrace, and I've been associated with them since 2010 in a number of ways. On behalf of the board and the organization, but especially for the survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and sex trafficking, I thank you so much, and Commissioner Herman, for designating those funds to us. Sorry. The need is so great. 1 in 4 women will experience domestic violence in their lifetime. But what most people don't know, 1 in 7 men will also. It's huge. In Nevada, this is not a good thing. We're usually near the top of the nation in domestic violence, which is horrible. Safe Embrace has been operating continuously since 2003. The shelter, the therapy programs, transitional housing, so many different things we do. But I just want to thank you so much, all of you commissioners, and especially Commissioner Herman, for considering us and helping us through this difficult time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You guys do a great job. I mean, there's absolutely no question of that. Okay, so we've taken public comment.
Is it too late to ask a question for 18?
No, we can, hold on just a second. I have Commissioner Clark signed back in.
I've got a couple more, thank you for letting me speak. I've got a couple more issues. I want to talk about 6D1, talking about a new bailiff for Reno Justice Court instead of 2 part-time people. I just have one question here. Is 1 full-time bailiff going to be enough for the justice of the peace? I know there's a vacancy on the court. I've got a letter from Judge Scott Pearson that there's a vacancy there. Looking at that, if that vacancy were filled, would we need 2 bailiffs to handle the court situation? I understand, and I'm not an attorney, but I understand that there's a backlog of people possibly staying in jail and not getting their cases heard in a timely fashion, and I'm concerned about that. So I think we ought to be talking about appointing a new judge for that position, and then talk about the bailiffs, how many bailiffs we're going to need for that position. We might need 2 part-time people instead of 1. It's pretty tough for a bailiff to be in 2 courts at the same time. So I want to talk about that, and then on 6E1, excuse me, about the sheriff's, about some new snow removing equipment. It looks like we're about ready to buy a new apparatus from Caterpillar. Do we have enough qualified drivers to man that new piece of equipment if we purchase that?
Are you talking about item number 7, Mr. Clark?
7, yes.
That we're not on item number 7, we're on item number 6. Sir.
Okay, very well. Sorry, I jumped ahead. So those are my questions.
Okay. So we're not agendized to talk about filling the position that Judge Pearson has and his colleagues on the court have, in my opinion, graciously left open. They have split all of the caseload, because I've had this conversation. We actually did this back when Judge Schrader retired, saved the county a substantial amount of money. That's all, again, through the courts. They have to decide that they want to appoint a new judge. And at this time, they have decided that they're not asking us to appoint that judge. So am I correct in that, Mr. Solero?
Yes, and additionally, the Justice Court has let us know that they would like to go ahead and hire this 1 full-time person, right, as it's kind of difficult to hire 2 part-time positions. And so they were really hoping to be able to get the full-time position, which would allow them to hire someone into that position.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Mr. Clark?
No.
Okay. We've asked for and taken public comment. I'm looking for a motion for the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I already made a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a second? We did.
Commissioner Herman.
Commissioner Herman, my bad. Forgive me. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think motion carries unanimously. Please confirm your votes. Okay. All right. That takes us now to Commissioner Hill. Do you have a block vote?
I do, but now understanding one of the concerns of Commissioner Clark, I will not block 7. So
Okay.
I'm just blocking 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, and 20. That is my block motion,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay. I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Herman. Before we get into this, Mr. Manager, would you read those items in? That's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
I will. Item number 9, the Community Service Department recommends the approval of amendment number 1 to the lease agreement between Mercy Springs 152 Partners LLC and Washoe County for a 60-month term commencing July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2028, as outlined in the staff report. Item number 10, Community Services also recommends to approve a purchase of 10 2023 Chevy Tahoe Special Service Vehicles with outfitting provided by Lair Auto in the amount of $929,534.60, which are replacing the units for the current active Washoe County Sheriff's Office patrol fleet pursuant to the joinder provisions of NRS 332.195, and authorize the purchasing and contract manager to issue a purchase order as outlined in the staff report. Item number 11, the Community Services recommends adoption of Resolution R23-02 to temporarily remove reclaimed water use rates for the 2023 irrigation season, reduction of potable water resources through increased use of reclaimed water. The reduction are estimated the reductions. The reduced rate for fiscal year 23 is estimated at $350,000 and $750,000 in fiscal year 24, as outlined in the staff report. Item number 12, the Community Services Department recommends approval of Amendment number 2 to the lease agreement between SREIT, Sparks Business Center LLC, and Washoe County for a 60-month term. $1,147,948.80 for the term of 60 months. That'll be $548,652 for the first 30 months, and then $599,296.80 for the remaining 30 months. And this is for the continued occupancy of the Sparks Justice Court, as outlined in the staff report. Item number 13, the Health District recommends approval of budget amendments totaling an increase of $2,120,643 with no county match in both revenue and expenditures to the immunization program, as outlined in the staff report. Item number 17, the Manager's Office recommends the approval and acceptance of an additional Emergency Rental Assistance 2 allocation from the United States Department of the Treasury in the amount of $1 million with no county match, retroactive from May 10th, 2021 through September 30th, 2025, as outlined. Item number 18, the Manager's Office recommends approval of an amendment to the agreement for professional services between Washoe County and the Housing Authority of the City of Reno for payment processing services in support of the county's Emergency Rental Assistance 2 allocation from the U.S. Department of the Treasury for a period from January 17th, 2023 to September 30th, 2025. And increase the cap of emergency rental assistance funds to be dispersed from $4,300,000 to $5,300,000. The administrative cost billable at 1.6% of the remaining funds, or remains unchanged. Sorry about that. Item number 19, the Manager's Office recommends approval of a resolution to augment the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $2,950,907.35. and the Capital Projects Fund in the amount of $490,785.42 to increase revenue, expenditure, and transfer authority for capital projects for fiscal year 2023 in accordance with the Nevada Revised Statutes 354.598005, as outlined in the staff report. And item number 20, the Technology Services Department recommends approval of the reimbursement of costs incurred by the City of Reno, City of Sparks, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, and Washoe County for expenses related to and in support of the enhanced 911 emergency response system and portable event recording devices as recommended by the 911 Emergency Response Advisory Committee on November 17th, 2022, in the amount not to exceed $1,039,174.50 as outlined.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on these items?
We have nobody signed in on any of these items.
Okay, we will close public comment. We will bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Vice Chair Hill. We have a second by Commissioner Herman. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed. Okay, motion carries 4-1, I believe. Okay. Okay. Mr. Manager, would you take us back into item number 7, please?
Absolutely. Item number 7 is a recommendation to approve the purchase of one new Caterpillar Model 950M wheel loader from Cashman Equipment Company on Glendale Avenue in Sparks, Nevada for $308,350 and a 5-year guaranteed buyback of $207,500 utilizing Sourcewell, a public agency created by the Minnesota Legislature, contract number 032119-CAT, pursuant to the joinder provisions of NRS 332.195. I believe there are some questions, and we do have Eric Crump, Operations Division Director for Community Service Department, here to answer those questions.
Okay, Mr. Crump. Commissioner Clark, questions? It's a feel. You'll get it.
There we go. So, and Lou, and just in reviewing just the weather we've had here in the last 15 or 17 days, I guess snow plows are a hot topic item. And my question was, do we have qualified employees to man this new purchase if this purchase goes forward? And what are the qualifications for somebody to drive a snow plow? What do you need to do? Do you have a course? Do you send them somewhere? How do they learn this? On-the-job training? What's involved with that?
I don't think this is a plow. I think this is a loader.
Oh.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Crump with Washington County's Community Services Department, and excellent question. So this is actually a Caterpillar loader, but it will be equipped with a snow plow and snow blower. We have 11 similar units that are used throughout Washoe County to remove snow, and then also they do loader type work during the summer. All of our equipment operators are required to have commercial driver's license, so CDLs. So they're, kind of a rigorous training goes into obtaining a CDL, and then they get a lot of actually behind the wheel experience. Most of our very experienced go up to incline, removing snow. So, so a lot of them, kind of the newer folks, cut their teeth down here, and then as they gain experience, they'll move up into our higher elevation areas.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. By the way, I just wanted to note, well done. $308,350 is the purchase cost, and then a guaranteed $207,000 500 buyback. There must be a hot market out there for that used equipment. For them to buy it back at that price, that means that they're going to sell it for $275,000. So, which is, and of course, obviously, new ones are going to cost a lot more than 308. But well done, Eric, and your team on negotiating that deal. Any other questions on this item?
I do have a further question, and you brought it to my attention. There must be a tremendous markup on that. Do we have to sell it back to that company? Could we, if the county could make a profit selling it somewhere else, would we be better off doing that, or is this lock-in? We have to sell it back at that price.
Thank you for the question again, Eric Crump, for the record. No, we have the option to buy it. We have found that after using it for this period of time, pretty much that period of time covers all the warranty work. After that, things start breaking down. The cost of ownership kind of exceeds the value that piece is. So this is a model that we've used for many years, and there's a great market. Now, we also do take a lot of our equipment to auction, and we've benefited greatly in some of the and how that kind of market works as well. So.
Any other questions? Okay. I think this is kind of like one of the upper end, or you see these buyback programs when they know that maintenance has been performed on certain kinds of vehicles, that they'll buy them back in their certified vehicles. And I think that's what ends up happening with this if we do decide to sell it back. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk, item number 7?
We do not.
Okay, I will close public comment. I will bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion, either for or against.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Hill, second by Ms. Garcia. We have asked for public comment. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? I think motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes on the screen. Okay. That takes us now, I believe, to item number, I'm sorry, which did you say? 8. That's correct. Thank you. I was going to say, I think that takes us to item number 8.
Mr. Chair, item number 8 is a recommendation to accept a Commission for Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation grant in the amount of $345,050 with Washoe County as a grantee with an in-kind and cash match in the amount of $10,000, and approve the Commission for Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation Funding Agreement, CCCHP-21-06, with a grant period from final execution through August 2nd, 2024, to complete Phase 1 of the Galena Creek Schoolhouse building restoration located in Philip and Ann Callahan Park, and authorize Assistant County Manager Dave Solero to sign the Commission for Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation Funding Agreement and any subsequent documents related to the grant on behalf of Washoe County, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget adjustments. And again, we have Eric Crump, Division Director of the Community Services Department Operations, to give you just a brief update on the Galena Creek Schoolhouse project.
Mr. Crump, welcome back. What a great project. What a great deal. $345 for a $10,000 match. My goodness.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Eric Crump with Washoe County's Community Services Department. And thanks for this opportunity to highlight this agenda item. This item is very exciting. Staff has secured a $345,000 grant from the state of Nevada's Commission for Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation to begin the restoration efforts at the historic Galena Creek Schoolhouse. By way of some background, the Washoe County acquired the Galena Creek Schoolhouse property back in 2006, and in 2011, the schoolhouse was actually added to the National Registry of Historic Places. The schoolhouse was built in 1940 by the Works Progress Administration, or WPA. That was one of President Roosevelt's New Deal programs. And it was constructed using some of the colorful local fieldstone available in the area. And for those who haven't seen it, this is a picture of kind of what it looks like, and you can see that fieldstone. It's kind of a neat structure. The Galena Creek Schoolhouse is located in South Reno at the Philip and Annie Callahan Park at the south end of Callahan Road. The schoolhouse represents a period in Nevada's educational history when the days of the rural one-room schoolhouses were coming to an end. And in 2011, a master plan was actually done for the park, which included the schoolhouse. This master plan identified connection between the developed portion of Callahan Park and the schoolhouse with a trail system and additional parking. This grant will provide funding to begin the restoration efforts, including design and construction permits, environmental testing, structural stabilization and retrofitting, and the removal of the non-historic elements. Future funding will be sought for kind of the next and final phase that will complete the interior and exterior restoration efforts. And then the facility, we envision the facility being open and available to the public as part of our reservation facility network. It's noteworthy to point out that the match in this grant is $10,000 and will be provided slowly through staff time for managing the project. Again, thanks for the opportunity to highlight this project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners, Commissioner Garcia, I have you signed in first.
Thank you so much. I walked by this building a couple weeks ago, but it looked a lot different in the snow.
Right.
This is really exciting for me. I was there with my children during the summertime, and the playground features and all of the connecting trails down there. It's really a beautiful place to invest, and I'm really glad that we're able to dedicate some of this restoration work to help preserve some of that historic beauty that we have in the area. But I just wanted to say that I would love to come out for a tour if possible during phase 1 or phase 2. I'd be really interested. I didn't know if you brought a photo of the inside for us to see.
I don't, but I'll send those. We had a report that was done when we were going through the master plan that documented pretty much the history of the schoolhouse and has photos inside and outside.
Mr. Crump probably didn't tell you that when you come for a tour, you have to wear work clothes because they are going to put you to work. Commissioner Hill, have you signed in next?
I join my coworkers in saying great work, and your master planning process is so spectacular at Washoe County, and just the really thoughtful approach that for all of our parks that you put together. And so so excited to have this amazing asset put online, and then, you know, I look forward to our strategic planning session on the 25th, so you can tell us what other investments we need to be making in our parks, because we learned through COVID especially that people being outside is important to their mental health and being with their community. So really appreciate your work and your team's work on this. Thank you.
Eric, do you have a little bit of information? Do you know when this was last used as a schoolhouse? Here's the reason why I ask this. I know we rescued a number of years ago, we rescued, of course, Bartley. Sparks rescued Glendale. I've known a lot of people, and it really wasn't that long ago when it was still used, when Glendale was used. It was a one-room schoolhouse.
Right. I don't recall off the top of my head. I'm not sure if it's in the report. Interestingly enough, it had been converted. There was a lot of non-historical elements, and it had been converted to basically a home.
Oh, okay.
And folks were living there.
Okay.
Which adds to some of the history of it. For sure.
No, I just wondered last time it was used as a schoolhouse.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know it was built in 1940, which is actually relatively late, as I understand it.
There's a lot of people around, who could have easily attended that school.
Sure.
So it'll, and maybe when we open it back up, we can try to ferret out some of those folks who actually attended it and can give us a little, maybe a little history and some stuff. Because this is, these are great historic monuments, I'm going to call them, in our community, and it's wonderful that we're taking the time, and these grants are available. Again, well done on the grant. What an amazing. What can I say? Who's in the audience that went to this school? Cindy Cavallo? You went to that school?
Attended, yes. Not actual for school, but we attended different events. I'm part of the Callahan family, and my mom was very instrumental and so forth. So
would you like to come up and say, would you? Oh, I don't know what you'd like to say.
Oh, I guess I have some questions on the grant and the funding, and if there is enough money, because that building has sat vacant for so long now. I drive by it probably 4 times a week, and I notice the roof and rocks and so forth. So I do wonder if, I know it sounds like a lot of money, but in today's prices and the way that was built, I do question the quality of what we can do with that kind of money and where that goes to. But my mom, my sisters all attended. I have located in handling my mother's trust many items that belong to, that were from the school and need to go somewhere with the school. And I am very much interested in helping work on that project if I may. It is not very large, so public gatherings is going to be very difficult. I have original pictures from the early 40s. I have tons of information on how much it costs to run the school Marmon pictures. And so I just would like to be very involved in it because I see it as a part of our family. We all attended a vacation Bible school in my era. My sisters were 20 years older than I am, but they all attended. Wow. And I have lists of all the students that have attended over the years. And I'm not sure if it was from this building or the original building that was probably moved down from Virginia City, like most of the other buildings that were put on the Callahan Ranch originally, which my mom's house was part of that. Wow. So I'm not sure if it was the original wood building, the original schoolhouse. But I thought it was earlier than the 40s. It's not earlier than the 40s? Wow, that's surprising. So they must have all attended I wasn't around in the 40s, so they must have all attended the other school. So I'm just questioning the amount of money because I think the building is in severe disrepair.
Okay.
So especially, I'm really worried about the skylight. So I don't know, there's a skylight put in, and I would love to take a tour as well. So if you're organizing a tour, I'd love to be a part of that.
So, and thank you so much, ma'am. What we're here to discuss is if I've do I understand this correctly? This is just what we're doing is accepting this grant. This is it may end up costing us more than that. Am I correct in that, Mr. Crump? Would you fill in some blanks for me?
You are. So this would be phase one.
Right.
We hope to get it completed in 2 phases. Certainly,
correct.
As we go through some structural analysis and start developing construction plans and design plans, that will really tell us what phase 2 looks like. But phase 1 is really, let's get it to a point where it's not continuing to decline, make some structural improvements, and then go from there.
Right. And if we ever use it again as a meeting place or whatever, even as a small museum, we're still going to have to bring it up to standards. Am I correct in that? Right. Yeah, it's going to have to be up to fire code and all kinds of things. So there's lots of stuff that has to go on in between. This is I mean, what a lovely grant. I mean, $345,050 for a $10,000 match. I'll sign those all day long, Eric. Okay. I'll do it until my hand curls up. So you go after as many of those as you can possibly find. Commissioners, any other questions on this item? Okay. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
I'm looking for a motion. Go ahead. Yep.
I move to accept a Commission for Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation grant as outlined in the staff report.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Garcia, second by Ms. Hill. We have asked for public comment. Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us and filling in some of those blanks for us. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion, I believe, carries unanimously. Okay, Mr. Crump, well done. I guess that's March and not the month. Okay, that takes us, I believe, now to item number 14. Mr. Manager.
Item number 14 is a recommendation to receive and accept the report on the January 6th, 2023 declaration of state of emergency by the Washoe County Manager. This report will include the basis for the declaration, the actions taken under it, and the current status of the emergency circumstances in the county. This item will also include possible ratification of the declaration. If ratified, it will remain in effect until February 6, 2023, unless terminated earlier or further specifically extended by the manager or board based on circumstances in existence at the time. If not ratified, the declared state of emergency will terminate on January 17, 2023. And we do have our emergency manager, Ms. Kelly Echeverria, here to walk through the emergency declaration.
Okay. So this is, it's terminating today.
This is the item to have you
not
ratify
ratified.
the declaration of
Beg your
emergency.
pardon. I was going to say,
And
right,
Kelly
I was
will-
going to say, I thought I knew it was going to terminate in February because that's what the manager and I had discussed. Nope, it should be just
Okay,
on.
just kidding.
Welcome, Ms. Echeverria.
You're not the only one, Commissioner Clark. Kelly Echeverria, for the record. I'm the County Emergency Management Administrator. As you know and have discussed today, we've been going through a number of storms, starting before January 6th, but right around the January 6th timeframe, we declared a state of emergency. County manager signed that. And the purpose for that was primarily to let our partners know and the community know that this was a serious event, that possible damage and harm could come from this event, and then to let the public know that they needed to prepare, 3 days water, 3 days food, to take this very seriously, because we were taking it seriously. And along, with declarations, comes the ability to procure things if needed, and to work around those guidelines. In the past, this community has seen variations of flooding, as you all know. Primarily, we experience localized flooding now, not so much river flooding, although, closed basins are still a concern as well. So if we needed to purchase things like Tiger Dam, for example, to be able to keep our community safe from rising waters, then that would be available to us in a declared emergency. So we moved forward with that, and we extended it through February 6th. Because these storms are not stopping. I looked at the weather report today, and there's another one coming tomorrow, and some possible snow on the horizon for the weekend. So, any questions?
Okay, so Commissioners, I will tell you that the manager and I had a conversation when we saw these atmospheric rivers coming in. We wanted to be able to be nimble. We did not have the ability to have an agenda item prior to that, other than calling an emergency meeting, which we felt was not necessary. The manager has the ability to declare a state of emergency. I specifically asked for a 30-day sunset on this one, which is the mistake we made last time. We didn't really even think about it, and it just sort of languished on. So we have a 30-day sunset. If in fact we find that we need to increase that length of time, then we can certainly do that. If we find that everything tapers off at the end of January, we can certainly, if we have time, we can put an agenda item and terminate it at that time. So, I felt along, talking with the county manager, talking with the assistant county managers, talking with staff, that this was the most prudent thing to do. We did not want to be caught flat-footed with respect to all the areas, whether it was Lemon Valley or South Reno, where we've had issues flooding on Whites Creek and Steamboat and other places. So we wanted to be able to be nimble. So I'll step down now. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Clark.
I need a better on and off switch here. Questions I had, well, first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Herman for being a constant champion of the District 5 part of the county, and Manager Eric Brown for taking fast action and declaring the state of emergency for weather. Since this was declared, can the county manager's office put on the record some of the actions that were taken as far as Lemon Valley residents, accessibility or knowledge of services like Meals on Wheels to the seniors during the storms and the need for warming stations? And is there an emergency plan for Meals on Wheels when we have these types of situations to get food out to the seniors?
Mr. Solero or Ms. Echeverria, either one.
I'll address the Meals on Wheels portion of that question. We do have a continuity of operations plan, which should cover if Meals on Wheels is impacted in some way, how they continue to operate and provide service delivery while still being impacted.
Sure. Well, with the storms that we've had, everybody's impacted by travel, and I'm just wondering how the food is delivered during these times when it's very difficult to travel. Is there a plan in place to deliver extra food or something to that they don't just get left out in the cold, so to speak, when we don't have delivery, or there's the deliveries somehow or another not allowed to get out there? How are we going to address that? Do we have any backup systems in place, snowmobiles, something to deliver food to some of these seniors in the hardest hit areas of our county?
So it would be situationally dependent. It depends on what is inhibiting delivery of meals. Is it that we have lack of food, in which case we might rely on jails or our volunteer agencies that we partner with, such as the Red Cross or Salvation Army, which are able to deliver meals in their vehicles. It just depends what you're talking about that is inhibiting the delivery.
So there is some type of plan, or at least acknowledging that it could be difficult, especially when we get these massive storms, to deliver food to seniors who are homebound.
Yeah, so Meals on Wheels as a program has their own plan, but countywide we have our mass care plan. So, and then on top of that, they have their continuity of operations plan.
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Solero, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave Solero for the record. Just wanted to update. So, some of the planning that we have been doing since this series of storms, while we have been taking care of our closed basins, we have been monitoring and doing all those things. We stepped it up a little bit more just to make sure that we were following the plan that we had put in place at the end of 2017 to 2019 timeframe. to make sure as the water levels rise that we have our efforts in place ready to go. And we've done a really good job, I think, communicating kind of some of our next steps to the community out there, as well as to the board, and notice that the media partners picked up some of that information as well. It's very important that we have an emergency declaration because it allows us to move some things fairly quickly. I think one of the things that Ms. Echeverria, I guess from my perspective as an operations guy, is pretty important is the ability to work kind of a little bit outside of the employment agreements. When we start talking about having to call people in and do this work, I think it's very important to be able to have those managerial opportunities within an emergency declaration so that we can make sure that we have the people associated with the equipment that we've got and the sandbagging that's necessary and some of those other sorts of things. So we have been working down this path, and our operators are tired, but they are excited as well. They love kind of thriving on this little bit of adrenaline that comes and providing for the safety of our community. So hopefully that answers Commissioner Clark's questions related to operations.
Thank you.
You know, and I wanted to thank Truckee Meadows Fire for the organizing of along with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, and you know, the chipping and et cetera, the limb drop off, not just the drop off of Christmas trees, and of course our regional partners, City of Reno, City of Sparks, both working with TM to make that happen. So that was I don't know how well it was received or if it was utilized, but if folks had downed limbs and et cetera in their yard during this period of time, there was a place for them to do it, and it all kind of comes under this emergency declaration. So I'm not going to tell you it was flawless, but I think we work together as best as we can because these things are very, very, very unpredictable. We were supposed to get rain, and we got a ton more of snow. I know in my own backyard, my power was out for a period of time. So, and that snow was heavy to shovel. Oh my goodness, it was vicious. So then, best laid plans. I mean, we thought we knew what we were up against, and then the weather changed. So and we didn't. But I think that this was the appropriate action, and so I'm really proud of what our team has put together. Any other questions, commissioners? Hold on just a second. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on item number 14?
We have nobody signed in.
Okay, we'll close item 14. We'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to
I didn't. Oh, okay. Okay, forgive me. So we have a motion and a second. I didn't. There was. Didn't see any signed in. Forgive me, Commissioner Herman. We have a motion by Commissioner Herman, second by Vice Chair Hill. We've asked for public comment. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion, I believe, carries unanimously. Affirm your votes. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Echeverria. That takes us now to item 15, discussion and approval of the Washoe County State Legislative Principles.
And we have our Government Affairs Liaison, Ms. Matievich, here to walk you through the 2023 Washoe County State Legislative Principles, including an update and direction to staff regarding the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature.
So before we start this, Commissioners, I don't know, I know some of you probably recognize Ms. Matievich, Cadence. She's been around for a very, very long time. She's worked for a number of agencies. She's been very involved in the community. I will dare say that we got a find when you decided to apply for this position. Thank you so very much. And it's wonderful to have you finally. And you will confirm this. I've actually tried to convince you to come to Washoe County for a number of years. So, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those kind words. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, and I have the privilege of serving as Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. I'm humbled by your words, Mr. Chairman. I've been a Washoe County resident for 20 years, and I've been in public service in Northern Nevada for 17. And so I am thrilled about the opportunity that I have to serve this organization, the Board of County Commissioners, and our community, really. In this role, I get to advocate at our state legislature on behalf of our community, and it's an incredible privilege. So thank you for those kind words. We have before you today the 2023 Washoe County State Legislative Principles. Our legislative session begins 21 short days from now. As you know, they meet for 120 days, and that is a highly dynamic environment. I think I heard you use the word nimble earlier today, Mr. Chairman. And so these principles really are intended to guide myself and the other members of our county lobbying team as we advocate for those measures that are beneficial to our community and work to bring understanding and compromise on perhaps those issues that are not necessarily as beneficial. And so set forth in these principles really are three primary governing principles: respect for governmental roles in delivering quality public service, economic strength and diversity, and effective communication. There's additional detail around that in your staff report. It does highlight some of our primary legislative interests. I think there's probably some interests that we don't even know that we have right now that will come up through the course of the session. Those are identified in our principles, and it discusses how we present the position of the board, when we present that position, in some cases whether or not the board has taken a position or not, and also provides an opportunity for the commission at your discretion to name up to 2 of your members as liaisons to the county lobbying team to help provide guidance to us throughout the course of the session. And so you have before you the recommendation that you approve the principles, including designating at your discretion up to 2 commissioners to serve as the liaisons. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Vice Chair Hill, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the team, Ms. Matievich. I'm really excited to work with you this session. And I know you've already heard from me via email about our Tahoe issues that I'm just hoping the governor will include support of transportation, funding, as well as just operational funding to our partners up at Lake Tahoe, because that's so essential. And I want to make sure that those initiatives don't fall through the cracks as well, because we sometimes forget we have very close ties to that part of our county. And I'm just that's the only thing I wanted to make sure is added today when we have this discussion. But looking forward to a great session and an interesting session, certainly post-COVID and with a new governor.
Indeed. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in next, and then Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. I really appreciate this plan, but something has come up recently, and I think we need to discuss it. As you know, I'm the liaison for the Washoe County Human Services Agency Senior Advisory Board and been attending their meetings for the past few months. It seems that our state Medicare reimbursement rates are making it almost impossible to get bids for case management and health-related programs for Daybreak or the Homemakers program. The Homemakers program, if you remember, was cut at the state level, and right now we have roughly 450 seniors on the wait list, as roughly 23% of our county's population is 60 or older. This needs to be made a priority. I'd like to see this added to the list of the items. Thank you.
Okay. Happy to meet with you offline. For as many years as I've been asking for an increase in Daybreak, I mean, almost since day one. That's been a peeve of mine. There's so many folks out there who have family members with I'll just say ailments and they need it. They need a break. They need a respite. They need a place to be able to drop them off. And I'm hopeful that we can have that deeper conversation. I don't want to.
Sure, but we should push forward.
Get pulled over by the attorney here.
Sure, we'll talk about that.
He's staring cross at me. All right, man, I'm sorry. I apologize. Commissioner Herman, it's your turn to speak.
Okay. Earlier when we discussed and thank you for accepting the offer where you applied for your job, because I know you're so well qualified. I'm looking forward to working with you. I was just going to say, I have all these lofty ideas about what we should be doing with our one BDR, and I've thought, well, we could address some of our election issues or this annexation thing that's driving development forward in a kind of an irresponsible way. So anyhow, we've got a lot to do. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, what is it? You're just looking for us to approve this, Ms. Matievich?
Approvals of the principles,
Of the
and then
principles.
if you so desire to indicate one or up to two of commissioners to serve as legislative liaisons, that is at your discretion.
Okay. Okay. And I think we did this already, didn't we? No. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yes,
I
please.
just looking at the list that's in the staff report, because the comments that came up, they're good comments. And I look at that list and I view it as broad enough to include those comments, Tahoe, transportation issues, indigent care, and those types of things. So it does appear to be encompassed within the list that's in the staff report at this point.
And these are not necessarily always legislative issues, and perhaps once the governor's cabinet gets their feet firmly planted on the ground, maybe we can ask the new RTC director to come and have a conversation with us about not just talking to, or not RTC, NDOT's director, forgive me, the director of NDOT. I know she comes to the RTC meetings, but I think it would be appropriate to have that conversation with NDOT directly. For those of you who, Commissioner Herman, I think you know this, how long I've been asking for upgrades on the Pyramid Highway before I got elected. So, having lived out there for 36 years, I've seen one improvement in that 36 years, and since then, there have been no capacity improvements on the Pyramid Highway. And that was the very early 90s when that happened. So maybe that's not always just legislative. Those are the kinds of things that we can ultimately, maybe there's a workaround that we can utilize. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, Ms. Hill?
I move to approve the 2023 Washoe County State Legislative Principles and to direct staff to operate in accordance therewith.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, public comment. Do we
There
have
is
anybody
none.
signed in? Okay, I didn't see anyone signed in. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Manager Brown.
Sorry, before you get to that point, we were also curious if the board wanted to have any legislative liaisons appointed by this as a part of the motion, but that's totally up to you. I just wanted to throw it out there because it wasn't listed in the staff report as part
Well,
of the motion.
historically, it was the chair and then somebody else. But look, it doesn't matter to me. I got plenty of things to do. Unless there needs to want to make a change, I'm okay.
Well, and in my experience of doing it with the chair, I think we meet, we go over some of these bills, but major decisions go before the board to vote on. So I just want to clarify that most of these things will be coming to the board to, have comments about if we feel strongly pro or against, because we certainly don't want to lead staff, Commissioner Herman and I, into a position where it's just us dictating that. And so I do want to make that clear that we decided that last year when we did this.
Okay.
Or 2 years ago, excuse me.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Thank you so much. That takes us now to item number 16. Mr. Manager.
Item number 16 is a recommendation to appoint 2 regular members to serve on the Washoe County Board of Equalization with terms to expire June 30th, 2026, and appoint 1 alternate member with a term to expire June 30th, 2023. Applicants include James Ainsworth, John Briscoe, Roger Edwards, Barbara Bobby Lazarone, and Rob Pierce.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in.
I spoke about this, thank you. I spoke about this.
I don't think you're on yet.
Looks like the light's on.
You're good.
Okay, I spoke about this briefly at the opening session here of the meeting. I've got one other person that I've got an application for. They've tried to get it in, and I've carried it in, but again, I think these folks were termed out, for lack of a better word, back in June, and now we're scrambling to try and get a vote. And to Commissioner Herman's point earlier, it would have been nice to have somebody come in and give us 3 minutes of their life story or whatever it is, something that we knew a little bit about them. So I only know of a couple of folks on here, and as far as I'm concerned, they've had their time, and it's time for some new thought processes to enter that board. So,
okay, Mr. Edwards, Commissioner Clark indicated that he has an application. I do not think that we can accept that application because it's not part of the public record. Am I correct in that?
Is that an application that was received after the agenda was posted? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Yeah, the only members that you can consider appointing today are the ones that are listed in the agenda item. So if they came along after the agenda was posted in terms of their name, then you cannot. If their name is on there and you received additional materials about them, you can distribute that at this point. It just has to be made available to the public at this time as well.
It's nobody that's on the list. Am I correct in that?
no, but that was the point I was trying to make earlier when I asked 2 weeks ago if we could move this to a different, another agenda date. I was told yes, but the other part of that equation was I wasn't told that the cutoff time didn't change. So moving it to another agenda but not changing the cutoff time created some confusion.
Okay. Okay, Vice Chair Hill, I have you signed in next.
I don't disagree with Commissioner Clark and his point about how can we better advertise these positions? How can we get more diverse applicants? How can we make sure more people get involved in Washoe County? I agree fully, especially Commissioner Herman saying, can we vet these folks? Is there a, opportunity to do this before it lands on the agenda, 3 business days prior to the meeting? I'm there 100%. At this point, I feel like our board needs to, and I'm not sure about the delay and why the delay happened, and I think that needs to be discussed and looked into. But at this point, I feel like it's the responsible thing for this board to move forward with the appointments next year. We have a whole year now to advertise for this, and this is a very important position, because these are people who are, coming to the board to discuss their property tax and their petitioners. So I don't want to delay the appointment, but it's certainly something that I think that we need to look at, and staff should present some opportunities in the future for these board appointments. But I do have a motion for what I think could be nominees that would be a good fit for these positions, Mr. Chairman, after other folks have an opportunity to speak.
My bad, I have Commissioner Herman signed in next.
I was just going to suggest a motion, I guess you have to do it
So
first.
go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner Hill.
I would move to suggest Mr. Ainsworth, Mr. Pierce, and then if we can do an alternate, Ms. Lazzaroni.
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Since I have a motion and a second, we'll go through the process, and if that passes, then we will, we're done. If it doesn't pass, then we'll entertain a second motion. Mr. Clark, I have you signed in.
I'm just a comment in general. I think we should use this as a learning opportunity to back to Miss Commissioner Herman's point is talk to these people, have them come in and do a brief interview, even if it's three minutes, and we can ask them some general questions. So we should ask staff to look into the future and make sure that we don't get up to this kind of a situation where we're kind of pushed to give an answer. I know that I talked to the new county assessor this morning, and they need to have somebody on board to get in compliance with the state, and the clerk needs to have a meeting with these folks. So, again, these folks were termed out last June, and here we are scrambling around. We don't interview anybody. We've got, 5 last names on a piece of paper. Does anybody even know who these folks are? I know who some of them are, but does anybody else on the dais know who any of them are?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Okay. Have you watched them perform any work here in this room when the Board of Equalization is being heard? So that's my question: is what do we really know about these folks?
So, hold on just a second.
My comment.
I'll answer first. I have absolutely seen Mr. Ainsworth work. I know Mr. Pierce. He's served on other boards for us, and Ms. Lazzaroni would become an alternate, having worked on the board, and I don't know how often that alternate would have to fill in, but I do know Mr. Ainsworth. I know him very well, and I do know Mr. Pierce.
Fair enough.
And I know Mr. Edwards. I do not know Mr. Briscoe, but I do know, I've met Bobby Lazzaroni, so I think I know most of these folks, but I don't disagree. I would love to have, there's a bunch of boards that we have to appoint, and I think it's incumbent upon us to have them come before us or have and I don't know whether we can do this, Mr. Solero, because I know that there's been some angst with this in the past because they're not published, but maybe we can do, one-on-ones with them, just have conversations with them so that they can, each one of them can talk to a commissioner, or potentially do 2-on-1s, or, we obviously can't do 3s, but I think that there's a better way to do this. And I know we've done this with some of our other, when somebody applies for my cabs, I talk to them, I call them, I have a conversation with them, and I want to know what their community background is. I want to know how long they've lived in the community. That's not to say that I'm not going to put somebody on who hasn't lived in the community long. In fact, my planning commissioner had huge amounts of experience in California. He was a mayor at one point, and so I thought he was a great pick. Had not lived in Northern Nevada for very long, but he had a lot of municipal experience, which I found to be very valuable. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Chairman, I have one more. I'd like to personally nominate Mr. Roger Edwards. He's served on the Planning Commission here in the county for about 8 years. I think he's a good representative of the community, a veteran. So I'd like to see his name considered, please.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 3 names. We have a motion for Ainsworth, we have a motion for Pierce, and we have a motion for Lazzaroni. So that's already on the table. If that fails, then we'll do a round 2 and we'll look at different names. So we have a motion and a second. We have taken discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-1. Okay? So that does close that. All right, thank you so much. That takes us now to, commissioners, tell me what you'd like to do. We have a break scheduled. We told everybody that we weren't going to start until noon. We have a break scheduled that at noon, I believe, do we have some stuff waiting for us upstairs? Because I know we've got a long afternoon in front of us. What's the desire? Do you want to hear a couple more items? Do you want to hear our next item, if I've done this correctly, is item number 21. It's an introduction and first reading, amending Washoe County Code Chapter 2. So what's the desire, commissioners?
I would suggest we look at item 21 and then take our break.
Let's do that. All right. Mr. Manager, would you take us into item 21, and then we will give it over to the clerk?
Absolutely. Actually, item number 21 is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance, so I was going to hand that over to the clerk.
Okay.
This will be Bill number 1889, if approved, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 2, by adopting Supplement 16 to the Washoe County Code and all clerical and technical corrections made therein. Supplement 16 codifies ordinances 1632, 1654, 1666, 1667, 1680, 1681, 1682, 1683, and 1684.
Okay. So, commissioners, so that you understand, because I know that this is perhaps a little bit of a new thing for Commissioners Garcia and Clark. First readings are not voted on. We can certainly voice concerns and et cetera, but all it requires is for one commissioner to give an introduction. So do we have any questions? We'll start with that from the board on this introduction. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay. I'm looking for an introduction, either for or against, or no introduction.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to introduce, to move and conduct an introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 2 by adopting Supplement 16 and all clerical and technical corrections made therein, and if supported, the public hearing for the second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance February 14, 2023.
Okay. Was that bill number 1889?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Okay. I think that puts everything on the record that we need, does it not, Madam Clerk and Counselor?
That is correct.
Yes, I think so. Did you check for comment? Was there public comment on it?
He asked.
Okay, we're good. You're good.
Yep. Okay. Okay, commissioners, that'll take us to item number 22. Why don't we come back at an even 1 o'clock? I think that'll give us enough time. I'm going to turn my thing over. We're in recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is the appointed hour. It is now 1 o'clock. I'm going to call us back into order, and that will take us now, if I have remembered correctly, Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 23. Am I correct in that?
We are actually at item number 22.
Oh, I already circled that. Forgive me. Thank you so much for keeping me on track. Item number 22, second
All right.
reading and adoption.
Yep.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is a public hearing, second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 110, and I will turn it over to the clerk.
This is ordinance number 1696. An ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, Article 220, Tahoe Area, Section 110.220.145, Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone, Special Area 1, to add single-family dwellings limited to airspace condominiums as an allowed use Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone, Special Area 1, and to amend Section 110.220.150, Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone, Special Policies, referring to land use, to add Tahoe Area Plan Policy LU 2-9, single-family dwellings shall only be allowed in the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone when they are part of a mixed-use development or when they are affordable housing units, as a special policy, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1888.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Hill, this is your district. Would you like to, what would you like to do? Staff is here. She made it. Okay. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Courtney Wakey, Senior Planner. I do have a presentation. I guess if we've got it up, it might help prompt me, and I'll try to be fairly brief as we go through it. So this is a request to amend Washoe County Development Code, Chapter 110, Article 220 in the Tahoe area to add single-family dwellings limited to airspace condominiums as an allowed use in the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone, Special Area 1. And this request, it would also amend Article 220.15, which would add a reference to basically the existing Tahoe area master plan had a policy that cross-referenced that single-family dwellings in this area shall only be allowed in the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone when they are part of a mixed-use development or when they are affordable housing units. So it's a two-part. So I won't go into as much detail right now into the history of kind of how we got here. I can provide any clarifying questions as necessary. It's important to clarify that this is an applicant-driven development code amendment request. This is not something that the county has initiated. This is no different than any other planning application that we receive, and that we have an obligation to process and review the application for consistency with the applicable plans. For reference, the requested DCA would apply to all those parcels within Special Area 1. That area is outlined in red on the slide above. This area is identified as a town center, and the length of it primarily parallels along the Tahoe Boulevard. Let's go ahead. Again, this is just a visual representation of what would actually change in the development code. We would essentially be adding single-family dwelling as an allowed use in this Special Area 1, with the annotation that it would only be allowed when associated with an approved tentative subdivision map of multifamily into airspace condominiums. And I can explain a little bit more if necessary. That's a TRPA requirement. And to add the missing reference that I spoke of earlier, to only allow single-family when in a mixed-use development or when they are part of affordable housing units. The applicant did hold a community outreach meeting. We utilized the county's communications team email list, and there were over 3,000 email recipients for that noticed meeting. 34 people were in attendance. Attachment E through G in the County Commissioner's staff report does include all the public comment that we received thus far. So this is from Planning Commission, Post-Planning Commission, the previous first reading, and any comments since. Staff does believe that the Development Code Amendment findings can be made. And just as a reminder, on November 1st, the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing and considered the item and recommended that the Board of County Commissioners adopt the ordinance before you. With that, I have provided a possible motion for your consideration, and I am happy to answer any clarifying questions.
Okay, Ms. Lakey, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are all of these people signed in for this item, or is that the next item?
There are 13 people signed in for item 22.
22, okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman, well, that was a great presentation. Thank you, Courtney, for the background, and I'm so glad you made it down in this safely. And then, Mr. Chairman, are you thinking the applicant should speak, and then we'll do public comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I had the right list here. So I wanted to make, what I'm gonna do is I just wanted to make sure that you're okay, because this is your district, and I know you've attended all of these meetings. And then we'll have the applicant come up and make some comments, and then from there, then we can ask questions, and then we'll ask for public comment, and then we'll go through the deliberation process. Is that okay?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you put 10 minutes on the clock, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Lou Feldman on behalf of the applicant, we appreciate the opportunity to bring you up to speed on this request to amend the development code. This is project-driven. There is a approved multi-dwelling project called 947 on Tahoe Boulevard in Lake Tahoe, located within the regulatory zone that Courtney described. And it is a site that used to be a service station and a restaurant that have been demolished. So this is an infill project. You know, the prior uses generated considerably more vehicle trips than the proposed uses. And the multifamily project went to the TRPA Governing Board last June and was unanimously approved for construction of a 40-unit multifamily development. And that's significant because in the TRPA world, in order to subdivide a project, you first have to have it approved as a multifamily residential project, which was, of course, the case. And the developer, in this case, PalCap, was deep into this process and discovered kind of an anomaly in the area plan zoning. And that anomaly is within area plans in the Tahoe Basin, generally speaking, when multifamily development is a permissible use, it's available for a two-step subdivision, step one being approval of the project as a multifamily project, step two, subdividing it into airspace condominiums. But single family in this particular zone was not an allowed use, and that was something that was pretty stunning. I think your staff would tell you that, TRPA staff would tell you that, and certainly the developer would tell you that, because it's kind of a one-off. When multifamily is allowed, airspace subdivisions are typically allowed. In researching why that anomaly occurred, when you look at this particular zone, you know, it's in the heart of the regulatory district. The planner that was running that process for TRPA in 1996, because that's when the community plan, the precedent to the area plan, They didn't want to see traditional lot and block subdivisions in this commercial area, but there was no intention, as is documented in your packet, to prohibit this two-step subdivision process. And this development code amendment would not prohibit either multifamily development, workforce housing, commercial development. It does not impact density. It does not impact vehicle trips. It does not impact traffic. It has no environmental impact. It is simply changing an allowed form of ownership. So instead of a for-rent project, it would be a for-sale project. And if you look at this slide, you'll see on the far right-hand side, that is the development site, just about 2 acres along Tahoe Boulevard. And within this area, there are 9 vacant parcels, 2 of which are the 947 parcels, 3 of which are also owned by PalCap, which are in the blue up above, 2 of which are publicly owned. And basically, there's only 1 other parcel that might be eligible for the benefit of this development. So it's substantially built out, and there is very little opportunity. Some are fearful that this whole zone will become nothing but condominiums. The reality is that is not the case. So we support the staff recommendation to add condominiums within a mixed-use project or for affordable housing. It will not dramatically change the character, but it is consistent with the TRPA goal of trying to incentivize environmental redevelopment and to concentrate development in town centers. And when the regional plan was updated in 2012, the idea was to try and incentivize through area plans this opportunity to replace legacy development with contemporary environmentally friendly development. And within town centers, this is the perfect kind of infill project at this point. Just like elsewhere in the basin, Incline Village has a shortage of housing across all levels of income, including workforce housing. In this instance, again, the project can start construction May 1st as a multifamily development. It is approved. There are no further discretionary approvals required to build 40 multifamily residential units at 947. We have had lots of comments about, well, we would prefer this to be a workforce housing project, and I understand that. We support workforce housing. This is not a site that's going to be workforce housing, as you're, I'm sure, painfully aware and will be discussing in future meetings. The challenge is to construct workforce housing anywhere, but particularly at Lake Tahoe with the scarcity of land and the cost of land is pretty overwhelming. Some incentives are required that don't currently exist, and we're hoping that another parcel that the developers control, the 3 parcels that I showed on the slide earlier, may be available for workforce housing, and that is being actively pursued. So we believe the amendment will further the vision of the area plan, and as you'll see in a moment, a construction of a multi-use trail along the frontage is part and parcel of the project. There'll be enhanced stormwater management. There'll be enhanced property taxes. It is consistent with the community vision. It respects private property rights, provides a range of housing opportunities, and promotes the goals of TRPA, Washoe County, and the community, creating vibrancy and connectivity. This is an interesting slide. So you can see where 947 is located next to the skate park and the ball fields, up to the right, the golf course. This is where we start to have the infill development that really transitions into the core area. And we have not only been to the Community Advisory Board, to the Planning Commission, hosted town hall meetings, but we have over 70 letters of support from a wide range of community members, and understand that we can't please all the people all the time. Try as we might, but we believe that this would be a significant addition to the character and quality within this regulatory zone. As you can see here, this is architecturally stunning development with a great mixed-use trail in the frontage, also creating connectivity throughout the community, walkability, bikeability, and encourage you to adopt the Development Code Amendment, and I'm pleased to answer any questions that you may have and appreciate the opportunity to address you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Okay, so I have no commissioners signed in wishing to ask any questions, so let me just go down. Commissioner Hill, go ahead, Vice Chair Hill. Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for staff. Thank you. Do we currently have workforce housing initiatives outlined in county code or the Tahoe area plan for incentives for developers to do that type of housing? Just curious.
Courtney Waikey, Senior Planner for the record. There are policies that reference affordable housing, like the policy that we are linking to the, as part of this amendment, request that would link for specifically in this special area to have development that would either encourage mixed use or affordable housing as part of single family in that area. I am becoming more familiar with the affordable housing and the housing initiatives of Washoe County and specifically within Tahoe. I think that there are policies, but I'm not aware of specifically incentivizing any directly. So, yeah.
And that's my understanding as well, that we can call them out as things that we'd like to see, but we haven't put forth as a board, and my understanding is that we will be discussing that formally at our strategic planning session on the 25th. I wish it was sooner, but that's not on anyone here. But I did want to just clarify for the public, because I think that there's some misunderstanding about, this is where workforce housing is supposed to go. And I think that could be in many zones, as we discussed during the first reading, that we have asked for many of these zones for the county to do further study as well as incentives for that type of housing. But whether we have gone and done that quite yet and whether we're still in that process and policy building, I just wanted to clarify for the public.
Correct, and that was much more eloquently put in. I would completely agree with those statements.
I just thank you. I appreciate that. That was my only clarification, Mr. Chairman.
I wasn't sure. I saw Ms. Mullen coming forward, so I don't know. Did you have anything to add, Ms. Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner Hill hit that on the nail on the head in terms of we have.
What was your name again?
Thank you, Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. Thank you for the reminder.
Just have to get it on the record.
That next week at the Commissioner's Strategic Planning Workshop, we will be talking about housing and incentives and options for the board to consider. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for either staff or the applicant? Okay, so we'll have another opportunity. There'll be another round. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and open up public comment. We have quite a number of people signed in. And so, Madam Clerk, will you call public comment at this time?
Yes, please queue up when I call the second name. So first up, we have Diane Becker, followed by Larry Wodarski. Excuse me. And I do have an item to distribute for Ms. Becker.
Okay, before you start the clock, will you give us 1 second? No, you can come down. Go ahead, no, go right ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. That wasn't the. I just didn't want to take up any of your time while the clerk, because I want to be able to see what item you're providing for us prior to you starting your. Okay. Would you start the clock and welcome?
Hello, Diane Becker. As you've heard, this is an applicant-driven request. There is a separate proposed amendment to the Tahoe Area Plan that is currently being developed by the county to encourage affordable and workforce housing. This will be discussed at your January 25th meeting. There is no reason for this to go forward before you start discussing workforce housing. The applicant was advised, at least in February of 2022, by a former member of the committee that drafted the Tahoe area plan, that he was not allowed to build this type of housing in a town center. The applicant was asked at the CAB meeting in January and at the public informational meeting, why aren't you building any affordable workforce housing? And the response was, it isn't required in this area. For the applicant to say that this is within the goals of the Tahoe area plan, that is not true. And none of you were at the meetings, nor I believe was the applicant at the meetings with the TARPA and with the county where they presented the Tahoe area plan to the community. The community was very concerned that in the town centers, all of a sudden, the height was being increased to 5 stories. That is very much higher than it was before January 2021. That the density was being increased so you could make denser buildings. And that there was going to be you got much more coverage. But the reason we were told was because this was going to only allow affordable housing. We all need affordable and workforce housing. The poorer areas, the areas that are older, that are going to be torn down, are where the workers live, and there's very, very little bit of that now. And when that's torn down, we're going to lose a lot of our ethnic communities. We're going to lose all of our workers. And so it is important for us to keep the town centers for affordable housing. At a minimum, it is important to have that ability to be discussed at the greater amendment for the benefit of incline and to be consistent with the Tahoe area plan. If you go ahead today, you will lose that ability. The developer says, we have other properties. Those could be negotiated in as part of the entire negotiation for affordable housing. But to go forward today, when there is an amendment that is being discussed for the benefit of everyone in incline as opposed to just a single developer, it's just not fair to the community. And the community at the last CAB meeting, we had 13 public comments. 100% of them were against this proposed amendment. I hope you'll consider this, and I thank you for your consideration.
Larry
Thank you, ma'am.
Wodarski, followed by Randall Fleischer.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Larry Wodarski. I'm the owner of Incline Property Management, a company that has been providing property management and maintenance services to the Incline community for 43 years. I am also a member of the Incline Village Crystal Bay Business Association and its Main Street Beautification Committee. I'm speaking to the Commission today in support of the area plan amendment to allow condominium form of ownership for Incline Village and the 947 project. It's understood that this area plan amendment will bring Incline Village's development code up to speed with the rest of the basin. With very few exceptions, the face of Incline Village has remained stagnant for the last 25 years. There are now new commercial property owners in the village trying to make a difference. They are improving the buildings along Tahoe Boulevard and engaging with civic leadership in Incline. The developer of the 947 Tahoe project is one of these new driving forces. My company manages or maintains 3 of the 4 major shopping centers in the village, and I am in daily contact most of the time with our small business tenants. And these small businesses express the strong desire to have full-time residents who patronize their businesses year-round and homeowners and developers who are committed to the community. It's my belief that this amendment will allow the 947 project to fulfill the following objectives. First, it would add 40 condominium units for homeownership right in the center of the village. Secondly, it would transform the blighted space in the village that has been an eyesore for at least 20 years. And lastly, the 947 Tahoe project would extend the main commercial center by 1 block, and it would be in short walking distance to the shops and restaurants in the main village shopping center. The village needs new private sector leadership and good home ownership and projects that will benefit the community. And this amendment and the 947 project would facilitate that. I urge the Commission to support and approve the area plan amendment to allow the condominium form of membership, and I want to thank you all for the good work you do on behalf of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is that a handout for each one of us, Madam Clerk? Okay, give us just a second.
I got to lower this anyhow, so.
Madam Clerk, would you please start the timer?
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Fleischer, and I've been a happy and grateful resident of Incline Village over the last 10 years. I'm one of the developers of 947 Tahoe Boulevard. I'm strongly in support of the staff recommendation to approve the amendment. Over the last 3 years, we have been tirelessly working with Washoe County, TRPA, and IVGOOD to provide housing to Incline Village. We believe that the 947 project fulfills the needs of the Tahoe area plan and provides 40 new units to the community. The benefits of the project that support the area plan are direct access to the walking and bike path, increased density and walkability to the core of Incline, investment in development Incline. It also reduces the daily trip count and upgrades stormwater management controls. Additionally, over this time period, we have met with the community. I have met and emailed with hundreds of individuals and groups, and you can see from the record over 70 letters in support. The strong support from the unvocal majority that they too support the amendment and the development of condos and mixed use in the downtown core. As a result of informing the community of the positive aspects of the project, I am pleased to report that we have a diverse and majority support of the community. From the local bakery to the nail shop to IVCBA to the largest property management company, IPM, the community is behind the project and the amendment. We feel we have covered the diverse makeup of the community and have the majority of support. I direct you to the handout, which shows the Special Area District 1 in Incline. One issue that has been a concern is that the whole down core will be condominiumized. This concern is completely unfounded. There are 42 properties in Special Area 1. Only 7 are vacant. 2 are publicly owned, one by Washoe County and 1 by the Forest Service. I control 3 of the other parcels. 2 would be for condos and 1 amalgamated parcel are planned for workforce housing. The remaining existing parcels are fully developed, and it would be extremely cost prohibitive to redevelop these parcels. Although it is not relevant to this amendment, I would like to address the affordable and workforce housing issue. The amendment does not foreclose or prohibit workforce housing. We're extremely supportive of workforce housing in Incline and the need of this type of housing in the community. We own a perfect amalgamation of land that would be conducive to workforce housing. We own the land, have retained the best workforce housing consultant in the basin, Praxis, have retained architects and manufacturers, and have preliminary plans for the project. With the county, IVGIDS, and TRPA support and partnership, we feel we can also deliver this project to the community. In summary, I'm strongly in favor of the proposed area development and along with staff and the majority of Incline residents and businesses. Please approve the proposed area plan amendment and the 947 project so that we can deliver this to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Lisa Fleischer, followed by Helen Neff.
Hi, my name is Lisa Fleischer. I'm a resident and homeowner in Incline Village for the past 10 years. I'm also a small business owner. I own a Pilates studio in Incline Village as well. I feel like I'm kind of repeating, but I do want to make my opinions known as well. I've seen this on a lot of social media that this is a workforce housing issue. And it's not. It's a zoning issue. We're trying to change the zoning in this area. Just because it changes does not mean that workforce housing is going to be prevented in any of this area. I also think, listening to Lou, that this wasn't originally intended to be just workforce housing. And when they said multifamily, they didn't just mean apartments. I think that when you go to most places, and I listened to the TRPA consultant that talked at the CAB meeting, He says in most places, when they say workforce or when they say multifamily housing, it doesn't include condominiums, and that it was strange that in this particular instance it didn't. So I don't think that was ever their intention, that they wanted to stop condominiums from being built. I think that they actually, you know, when they said multifamily, that they kind of, you know, thought that that would be included. Also want to speak to people being worried that this is going to have mass production of luxury condos in this area. If you looked at the map and you look at the area, there's really no space for this to occur. And it's very cost prohibitive to do it. So it would be very, very difficult. Lastly, I want to speak as a small business owner. I own an area, my business is in this area. And I often, when it snows like this and there's tons of snow, people live up in Upper Tyner, they cannot get down, they cannot do their lessons, I lose money. When I have people that live closer and can get to me, I don't lose money. I rely on it as a small business owner for people to live kind of in this area. It's helpful to me, and I'm sure it's helpful to a lot of other businesses as well. Restaurants, nail salons, hair salons, all those types of places. So I'm hoping that you will support this proposed amendment change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Helen Nuff, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi, I'm Helen Neff, a resident of Incline Village. This is a wide sweeping amendment to the Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan that goes against the vision statement of the plan and the needs of the community. And by wide sweeping, I mean yes, the lots are developed, but there are a lot of strip malls that could be defined as tear downs, could be torn down, could become high-end luxury condominiums. And this change does not stop that from happening. I would plead that you find a workable and agreeable compromise. There are many parties that have interests. There are solutions that could fill everyone's needs. One of my other additional concerns is the definition of mixed use, which is part of this amendment. If you view the November 1st Planning Commission meeting, you'll see at about 3.5 hours into the meeting, Ms. Weike says that the county has an interest in exploring a definition of mixed use, and it will be included in a proposed amendment. We don't have a definition of mixed use that I can see, and I don't know why this is going forward without that definition agreed upon. And then in terms of what the community desires, it's affordable workforce housing, it's a safe pedestrian bicycle network. I know both are in the works. I hear all the time of what they're in the works. I've been involved in the transportation issues. I went online. There's a 2009 study for Incline Village about affordable housing, and nothing has happened. So these need to be accomplished. And Diane Becker spoke about the various meetings and the people who are just in desperate need, including, I think, the manager of IPM would need it for his workforce as well. So we need workforce and affordable housing. We need rental housing, since the workers in hospitality and retail jobs are often not ready to buy. They prefer to rent. The people participating in this plan are wondering why such a wide sweeping change with all the hard work that they put into it. And the increased height, density, and reduced coverage requirements were implemented for workforce housing or affordable housing, not for more luxury condominiums. So I want to be clear, it's not my intention to hamper badly needed development for our village or financial gains, no problem there. Just proper planning for our community has some things that need to be prioritized: workforce housing, pedestrian and cyclist safety. So these are achieved before such a sweeping amendment to the recently 2021 adopted plan is considered. So please, as I asked earlier, see if you can get a workable, agreeable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Doug Flaherty, followed by Mordecai Richler. And I do have a document to distribute for Mr. Flaherty.
Okay. Give us just a moment, Mr. Flaherty. You can come to the podium. I just want to make sure that we have your document. So
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you start the timer, please? Welcome, sir.
Hi, Doug Flaherty, president of TahoeCleanAir.org. Simply surprised that our commissioner of District 1 had to ask a question as to whether or not workforce or affordable housing is already in the code. That's what it sounded like to me. I don't know if she's read the code, but your area plan states policy, which was an extensive plan to create, adopted, 1 year ago. Policy LU 5-3 covers preferred areas for affordable and workforce housing, which this is one. The 947 project is getting confused with, they're confusing you with what this is really about. It's really about an extensive area plan amendment. So to promote affordable and employee housing, we're looking over at 941 Tahoe, or 947 Tahoe, 4-story condominiums that are going to run, according to the internet, between $2.1 and $3.1 million. That is not in line with policy LU 5-3. Action LU 6, workforce housing incentives, develop land policies that promote and incentive workforce and affordable housing within close proximity to communities, employment, mainline transit service. This special area amendment is going to do none of that. Goal LU 6 or LU 8, maintain consistency with the regional plan and the community's long-term vision. The community's long-term vision are the goals and policies currently in the area plan. The proposed code amendment is not consistent with LU 5-3, preferred areas for affordable and employee housing, or action LU 6, workforce housing incentives. We still have the issue of STRs. So I would like to also point out at the end here, please read everything I've submitted. It's extensive. And please know that we've only had one community meeting where the developer came and talked about the project. There has been no community workshops on this far-reaching code amendment, change to the area plan. This is extensive. Placer County has several community meetings. I'd like you guys to delay this until we can have some community meetings and hash this out a little more. Also, the developer's request is extensive, has very little to do with the actual property that's owned by the developer, which is more than 300 feet from the proposed amendments.
Mordecai Richler, followed by Hang Talbot.
Mordecai Richler. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. They say a story of a few boys that were traveling on a boat, and one of them starts to make a hole under his seat. So the other ones say to him, "What are you doing? You're going to sink the whole boat. We're all going to go down." And he responds, "Well, I paid for this seat. It's not your business what I do with my space, and don't tell me what to do." So obviously, this individual doesn't realize his actions affect everyone around him. When it comes to neighbors, it says in the Talmud, distance yourself from bad neighbors. If I may say, I've known one of the developers of Project 947, Randall Fleischer, and could call him a good friend. He's a neighbor and a developer we want in our neighborhood. Randy is someone who cares deeply for his fellow, for Incline Village and the Lake Tahoe Basin. Randy is an individual and local of Incline Village and go beyond the call of duty to make the right ethical choice and put community first. We can't always choose our neighbors and developers that come to our community, but today we can choose a good neighbor who understands and feels the responsibility for one another. Thank you.
Hang Talbot, followed by Stacy Hanna.
Hi. So thank you for your leadership and for hearing my comment today. And my name is Hang Tabat. And I took off from work to speak at this meeting. Is it really important you hear from us? And the small business owner of In-Kind Business. So I owned my business for 4 years. Then I full-time residency for 16 years in town. And employee, 5 to 6 people work for my salon, nail salon. Thank you. And I'm voicing my strong support for the 947 Tahoe project, the area plan amendment to allow for the condominium of ownership. I have also submitted my letter of the support to you. I'm here today asking you to approve amendment and the 947 project. The 947 project had been already approved for the rental form of the ownership, but our community will benefit more with the condominium. Condominium will bring us a part-time and full-time residency and transiency with the rental. The area plan amendment is necessary update old development code to allow the condominium form of the ownership. The area plan amendment will deliver area plan goals to concentrate development in town center, create the work community. So this developer, Randy Fleischer, is carrying our community. Then I agree, I'm the hardworking. I used to work 2 jobs. I just started my business 4 years ago. Then I need to have good people come to make our community good economy, and the people have jobs. The Ms. Fleischer is also planned for forcing housing and project in In-Kind Village. Like I asked him the question, I said, listen, I like to work, I like to run more business. Are you ready for me to get the, the rental for my worker? He said yes. So that's what I love a lot. Okay, our community need the investor to help our struggling local economy. For more than 20 years, the development side has been stagnant. This investor will attract more investors. At cost 2 years, the 947 will contribute $45 million from, tax and job, create new economy. So,
Thank you.
I want to talk more, but thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
having
ma'am.
me. Thank you.
Stacy Hanna, followed by Tracy Owen Chapman.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is Stacy Hanna, and I've been a resident in Incline Village since 1979. My retired fireman husband and I have raised our family in Incline, volunteered our time, and grown our businesses. We are permanent residents of Incline Village and care about our community. I am currently the agent on record for 947 Tahoe. I'm a strong supporter of 947 Tahoe project and the plan amendment, which allows for condominium ownership. I feel that this form of ownership benefits our local community. The Board of County Commissioners are aware that 947 Tahoe is already approved as rentals for 40 multifamily units. I'm convinced that our community will benefit from the permanent ownership. The only issue being addressed currently is whether the units are going to be for sale or for rent. I believe this project will bring much needed revenue to our community from taxes and jobs created, as well as an economic activity during the construction period. The project is bound to improve the surrounding property values as well. In December, I came to this meeting to speak in favor of the plan amendment. To recap that for those who are new, there's an urgent need for newly constructed condos and homes in our area with housing needs at all levels. Currently, buyers are purchasing workforce housing, putting money into remodeling, and once these homes are back on the market, they're too expensive for our workforce, whether they're purchasing or renting. The resale value of these remodeled units make them unobtainable for our workforce, like firemen. 947 Tahoe can change this by creating condominiums units that buyers want and leaving the current housing that is for sale on the market. Centrally located, walkable, bikeable, 947 is a place for every generation. For many years, 947 Tahoe site sat dormant. The amendment will update the development code by allowing single-family ownership, which raises property values and attracts more investment. I encourage the Board of Commissioners to allow the zoning change to the Tahoe area plan. Condominium ownership is in alignment with the goals of our area plan and delivers investment and environmental improvements to our community. As a longtime resident of Incline Village, I'm heavily invested in this community and care deeply about its future. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of this plan amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk?
Yes, next up we have Tracy Owen Chapman, followed by Royal Kukoff. And I do have documents to distribute for Ms. Chapman.
Okay, hold on just a second, please.
Thank you.
That was fast. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you start the timer? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Owen Chapman. I'm a 35-plus year resident at Lake Tahoe, and I have a business raising a family there. And I'm here today on behalf of the 947 project, as well as the amendment that is needed to bring forward the project for condominium form of ownership. The first handout that you have there, it's not really a handout, it's a letter that is also included in your packet, but because your packet has 70-plus support letters, I'm assisting with the outreach for the project, and this particular letter that was written by the TRPA planner who was involved from day one all the way through the Washoe County Community Plan, through the entire process, has written to make it very clear what the intention of the community plan was and what it was not. So in that letter, it captures that, yes, traditional lots and blocks of subdivisions are prohibited, and there's a reason that you don't want multiple detached homes, each on a parcel of land served by a private driveway in the middle of town there. But what the intention was not was to not allow the condominium form, SFD form of ownership, especially when multifamily units are being allowed in that location. So the intent of the community plan, which drove and followed through into the area plan, was to allow that form of ownership. And it was not intended to prevent an approved multiple family project, such as an apartment building, from being subdivided into airspace condos. The other packet there is a duplicate of 3 letters that are also included in your packet, but the reason why I thought it might be helpful for you to see those again, because you have a lot to read, is because they represent a diverse variety of the community from the Incline Village specific area, from a business association leader to all 3 of them longtime residents who represent serving on board of directors for Sierra Nevada College, hospital foundations. We have nonprofits involved. They're very strong, highly respected leaders who have written those letters, as well as everyone else in the packet. But those we pulled forward just to give you a glimpse while you're making this decision that we are all hoping for, those of us who are here today speaking, as well as who have submitted the letters, to approve the amendment, as well as the 947 project to have the condominium form of ownership. A lot of people couldn't make it here today, and so that's why I wanted to also pull forward the letters and speak on behalf of them to make sure they're recognized. Thank you very much for your leadership and time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Royal Kukoff, followed by Ann Nichols.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Royal Kukoff, and I'm a local resident and business person in Incline Village. I arrived in Incline in 1970, so I've seen a lot of things there, grew up there, went to elementary school, high school, all of that. So seen many things come and go in our community, some good, some bad. 947 Tahoe project's definitely on the good side of the ledger. Voicing my strong support for the 947 condominium project. And I think what's really important is that it's already been approved for rentals. And so rather than having transient rental folk in our small town, it would seem to me that having that pride of ownership for primary and second homes makes all the difference in the world. As far as I understand, as far as the HOAs is concerned, no short-term rentals will be allowed there in this project. So this is truly going to be folks, families, children that basically are going to be living within our community. It's within a 10-minute walk. Pardon me, within a 10-minute walk, you have the core businesses, restaurants, the support thereof, beaches, the recreation center. It is right in the middle of town. And as other people have pointed out, I grew up with the families of Stanley's Restaurant, the Parson family, and then the Parks family had the Chevron station there. And it's just been sitting dormant there for decades. And it's just a horrible, horrible eyesore. So this would be a huge improvement to enhance our community, enhance revenues, income to the county, and so on and so forth, and I'm fully in support of 947 Tahoe. I think the big thing too is that the rental aspect of this is a real challenge, and why the heck ownership isn't preferable. I just can't get there in my brain, quite frankly. So let's see if there's anything else here to share with you. Economically, the project will bring millions of dollars to the community and region from annual taxes, jobs created, new economic activity during the construction period. The project will also improve surrounding property values, contribute $45 million across 2 years to local economy, annual taxes, jobs created, and new economic activity. I've spoken to a lot of the business owners in the immediate area, and they're all in very much support. Somebody else had mentioned about the seasonality, of course, of Tahoe. You've got 6 months out of the year, spring and fall, where you just don't have that support. So it's always a struggle, always a challenge for those business owners to make ends meet. So this would be a great way to enhance that with having more owners in town. So thanks very much for your comments. I hope you support the amendment. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Ann Nichols, followed by Dale Smith.
Hi again, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. This isn't about whether someone's nice or a good neighbor or whether some realtors will make money. 50-year realtor here. You know, I've done that. This isn't about that. This is about hijacking the area plan process. It was just done, and this is a hijack. And as I remember the last meeting, the applicant said this wasn't applicant-driven. It was a Washoe County idea. So I'm a little confused about that. Now it's applicant-driven. So you guys, I feel terrible that these people got into this deal and it was the wrong zoning. You know, it's terrible. It's unfortunate. They spent a lot of money. I feel bad for them. But that doesn't mean you have to go. I'd rather see you just change the zoning for that one site. And it's not infill. It's at the end of Lakeshore. You know, there's the school and the golf course. It's not infill. It's at the end. It's what you see when you come in. And something very nice can be done there. I just hope that you're being pushed into this because of a mistake. So just slow down and think about it. It's hijacking a process we've worked years on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dale Smith, followed by Cliff Lowe.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dale Smith. I'm here to speak in favor and ask you to approve Agenda Item 22 to amend the County Development Code to allow airspace condominiums in Special Area 1 of the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone. I'm a 45-year resident of Incline Village. I'm an architect, and I've had an office in Incline for 34 years. I was elected to 3 terms for the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District as a board of director. That's what I wanted to say first. And member of the Incline Village Crystal Bay Business Association and past president of the Tahoe Incline Rotary Club. I strongly support the amendment. The amendment is similar to other Tahoe Basin Plan areas which allow multifamily dwellings alongside airspace condominium single-family dwellings. The amendment is consistent with the Washoe County Master Plan, will allow for more desirable land development within this regulatory zone, and helps the plan area deliver on its goals to concentrate development in town centers, helping to create walkable communities. This amendment will allow the 947 project to move forward, and it is exactly the kind of development Incline Village needs. It is at the gateway to our commercial core from the east side. This project will also provide a positive economic benefit to the local economy. I urge you to approve the amendment to the County Development Code and to allow this to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Cliff Lowe.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Cliff Lowe. And I have a confession to make. I didn't drive here from my home to speak to this item because, frankly, I wouldn't look at it and think it affects me. But as I sat here and listened to the back and forth here, I realized that it does. Not directly, but certainly does indirectly. And I notice on the agenda item, it's labeled all commission districts. I hope one of you will ask, or somebody from the planning department will explain, why is this all planning? Why is this all commission districts? So why do I think this? So as each of you commissioners think about this, how you're going to vote on this, I hope you'll consider this isn't just an Incline Village matter. I don't live in Incline Village. I don't live close there. I pass through it sometimes do a little business there. But what you're doing, what's being brought here is an amendment and making a change to things, to the development code and to area plans. There's Envision Washoe 2040 is underway right now to amend the master plan and to do the area plans and the development code. That is a process that is underway. You're being asked here to make a change. And I'm not here to talk about the merits of it because I'm not familiar with it. What troubles me here is the process. Every time, whether it be in your district or somebody else's, every time you change the development code or make a change to the area plan, you chip away at it. You tend to destroy what it stands for. And everybody who lives, certainly in these, or owns a business in these areas, has, I think, a right to expect that these plans that so much time and trouble has been gone through and the development code, that they are respected. And I dare say the people who are speaking in favor of this should also stop and think, the particulars of this one may have merit, but they're looking for an amendment. If you approve this, be aware, I think you're setting a precedent, and perhaps a dangerous precedent. There might be something else that comes along in this district that doesn't have the support of so many people. And maybe this board will vote not to approve it. And what happens sometimes after that? A lawsuit, a very expensive lawsuit, and a whole army of lawyers and some business person with lots of money brings lawyers here and says, hey, you approved this one, why aren't you going to approve that one? It's substantively the same, even though the merits to the people and the business owners may not be there. So I look at this where I live, which is not there, as a potential threat to what we expect from our area plan and the work that's going to be done on Envision Washoe 2040 and the development code. So I ask you and the people who are in support of this to give that some thought. They may not like the next one that comes along. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed up in chambers, but I do have an email to place on the record.
Okay. We'll close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Commissioners, I don't have anyone signed in, but I'm going to start with Commissioner with Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate everyone coming out today to let us know where you're at on this zone change. And I have had a lot of soul searching and thinking about this. It's tough when you see a developer-driven area plan amendment. I know that people are reactive to that, but these actually happen all the time. These are things that TRPA reviews all the time and that actually this commission sees all the time because there are inconsistencies in these codes. They're hundreds of pages long and sometimes things are missed. And because there is no consistency in the policies with the different area plan amendments that call out possible workforce housing, I'm in support of this. I think that we are going to move forward. I'm hoping this board will support me in moving forward with a moratorium on short-term rentals. That's something I asked in our December meeting. And I think that we will be discussing workforce housing solutions on January 25th. When we brought this area plan amendment, when I had first started on the board, we discussed that we would be making changes to this because we heard from many community members who have reached out to us on this area plan amendment that they were concerned about different parts of the changes on the area plan amendment that we adopted in 2021. So we are consistently looking, reanalyzing, seeing how we can do things that are best for the community. And I'm in support of this, and I think that, I look forward to staff bringing workforce housing incentives, which I wanted to make it clear for the record that those don't exist. And also, I look forward to, broadening those definitions of mixed use and ensuring that we are allowing people to have the development that makes sense for the community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, I have no one else signed in. Is there anyone wishing to speak at this time? Commissioner Herman, do you? Okay.
So I'm not a planner, as you are. But is that a common thing, really, truly? I'm asking her, and I don't know if that's proper, but.
You can double check with staff, but yes, it is. It is quite common and something that TRPA at our last meeting we actually had that went before us.
And so, since this is broadly based over the whole county, is that correct?
No, this is the Tahoe area plan amendment. I'm not sure why it says all commission districts. Maybe staff could clarify if that was some mistake on.
I'm curious about that myself.
Yeah.
About
The
why
agenda?
it would say all commission districts, because it's specific to that red line.
Okay.
Courtney Wakey, Senior Planner for the record. So this is actually a development code amendment. We are not amending the area plan. The area plan is adopted separately. This specific, the regulation to allow the single family is only specified within the development code, which the development code applies broadly to the entire Washoe County district. However, it's specific to the Tahoe area. So while I understand that it on paper does only apply to literally this special area 1, the Tahoe area, it's adopted as part of the development code amendment, which affects the entire Washoe County.
But only for Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone,
Correct.
Special Area 1.
Correct.
Okay, because that was a little confusing to me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I got that answer.
Okay. Commissioner Clark. Go get it.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it.
Takes a while to get this switch, this on and off switches on and off, and several other things before you get to on and off. I just want to go on the record. We've got a situation with private property ownership that's always an issue. When people talk about affordable homes or workforce homes, I think that train has sailed, that ship has sailed a long time ago with the price of labor and lumber and so forth, and the cost of land at Incline Village. I just want to get on the record that not necessarily a workforce or affordable housing can be built there. The Planning Commission says approve, but what potentially could this do to put more strain on Incline as far as traffic and so forth? Also, make it a better argument for the folks at Incline to form their own city if we're not responsive to what they're looking for here. But I'm going to defer to Commissioner Hill on this. This is her district. She's had a lot more time to study it than I have, and let's just defer to her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I do have a couple of questions for you. I'm going to play devil's advocate here, so it might take both Kelly and Courtney, Ms. Mullen and Ms. Wyke. So let's just, look, I've been in business for lots of years, and I can tell you that a lot of times what happens is when you have something that's a whole, it can be worth less than the parts as a sum. I don't know whether I'm making it, we call it parting out. Right? And so you buy something as a whole, and then you take it apart and you sell the parts individually because they will yield more than what you paid for it originally for that whole piece. Here's why I bring this up. You have a whole bunch of parcels in here. What happens if somebody comes in and goes, hey, look, I'm gonna, and this point was made. I'm gonna take this little strip mall, which I'm only making, X amount of dollars on, and I'm going to raise that, and I want to build condominiums also. What's the process that has to be gone through in order for that to be achieved?
So if this were to be adopted, or let's just use the special area 1 as an example.
Okay.
In order for that to occur,
because it becomes an allowed use, am I correct?
It becomes an allowed use, correct.
Very good.
It first has to be approved as either a mixed use or a multifamily development.
Okay, so it has to go through a zone change. So are we, I'm just trying to clarify this, and I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah.
Ms. Wyke, I want to understand in my own mind what happens here. Just because it's an allowed use in an area doesn't mean that it necessarily can happen. It just means that it's an allowed use on a table. And you still have to do a zone change.
You would not have to do a zone change, but because you also have to go through TRPA's process, it's going to have to get a TRPA permit for whatever. That's part of the two-step subdivision process with TRPA. So in order for a condominium project to occur, you would have to go to TRPA or get the approvals from TRPA to subdivide. And what that looks like, it could be a mixed-use development.
So let's just say it's one of these little stores here that says, hey, look, my store's 50 years old, and it was built in 1973, and so I'm going to tear it to the ground and it's zoned, and I don't know what the zoning is up there, we would be neighborhood commercial down in some of the areas in District 4, something along that line. They would not have to go through any type of a zone change?
They would, no, it would not be a zone change. They would still have to get a TRPA permit.
Okay.
And then through, in order to subdivide, they're also going to have to do a tentative map, which would have to be approved.
Oh, the subdivision comes from the condominium unit.
Correct.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah, it is a confusing regulatory environment.
Okay, right. Because I would just be, I'm used to just thinking about, if you allow, if you say, okay, it's now industrial and commercial, and then you say, okay, well, we're going to change that to MF. There's no subdivision in MF. It's just multifamily.
So if this may help,
Okay.
But the regulatory zone will not change. It will still be Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone, Special Area 1. You know, along, you know, what little different than what you just think of as single-family residential. So that zone, regulatory zone will not change. What we are looking at here today would be the uses that are allowed in that regulatory zone.
Okay.
So when we're looking at the single-family residential, this is adding an additional allowed use that
In the table.
all properties
Right.
would be able to pursue.
Okay, okay.
Subject to a TRPA permit for the first step, which would be to do a multifamily dwelling project or a mixed-use project, which is required per the master plan, the area plan, and a tentative map through
Okay, so,
the county.
so take me back, because I was not at any of these meetings, so I just want to understand. Do we need to add?
Well, there's an additional layer within
go ahead.
the Tahoe Basin. The property owners would also have to obtain all the appropriate TRPA allocations.
Right, okay, so,
Right.
okay, so in that process, so answer just a couple of questions for me, because I know TRPA is like wildly complicated, and, which is why I'm glad that Commissioner Hill is doing it, and it's, I mean, it's a lot to digest in a short period of time. So did they have to for TMRPA? TRPA, there is actually an organization, TMRPA.
Yes.
TRPA, did they have to do a traffic study? Did they have to go through, did they have to, you know, did they have to study all of their impacts in the region, and were there conditions placed on them by TRPA to mitigate those impacts?
So great question, Commissioner Hartung. We really haven't talked about the second step in this process.
Okay.
This is just the beginning. As has been previously stated and referenced in the staff report, the project that, or the applicant that is requesting this development code amendment has already obtained an approval for a multifamily dwelling project and obtained a TRPA permit. As part of any TRPA permit approvals, there is a plethora of required documentation and environmental review.
Okay.
So that occurred as part of the multifamily dwelling project. What will happen as part of going forward, if this were to be adopted today, the county would then be an applicant to the TRPA, just like the TMRPA, and we will be compiling all of that information, the studies, what they call an initial environmental checklist, and it's, I want to say 19 pages long, and we'll have a lot of the information that you're referencing, traffic counts, environmental impacts, water quality, et cetera. So there will be an exercise in
What they're going to do with their
that.
stormwater runoff? Are the interceptors
Correct.
sized correctly for sewer? Do they have enough water? Where are they going to get their water from? All of those things had to be looked at and dealt with, and TRPA did that. Am I correct in that?
Correct, and just to clarify though, the specifics of 947 Tahoe Condo, the multifamily project that TRPA has already approved, look specifically at what they were proposing, the height, the density, all for that approval. For the county going forward with this development code amendment, it will be an area plan amendment. So we won't be looking at a project specific. We're looking at an
amendment. No,
right.
yeah, no, look, I get that.
But we will be going through that same exercise.
Right. No, I know where we are, but I'm trying to understand if, you know, if those things have been looked at, because when you start, from my perspective, and I'm not a planner, and I didn't even stay in a Holiday Inn, but from my perspective, when you have an allowed use, that allowed use says, okay, we've contemplated these kinds of issues. How's it going to impact traffic? How's it going to impact water? How's it going to impact sewer capacity? And do even in sewer capacity, do even the interceptors, are they sized properly in the ground to accept that additional amount of wastewater, of influent? So I'm not trying to put the car. I understand what is before us today, but I'm just trying to understand, because I know Tahoe is very, very sensitive. It's a sensitive place. It is it is much like Nevada and as a whole. Nevada is very constrained in terms of resources except for mining. Tahoe is very constrained on land. It's precious. It's very, very precious. And so, and I get that's why you see these little dots, and you got 1.99 and 0.55 and 1.2. Those are, those places. It's tough. It's tough to find developable property, and the only time that you can typically find developable property is in this particular case on this one little quarter piece. Something was there and now it's not. So I get that, right? But again, I'm trying to wrap my arms around it. Like Commissioner Clark, I feel the same. I think Commissioner Hill, hopefully, and I know because I know Commissioner Hill has looked at this, has looked at the pros and the cons, and I'm of course going to depend on her advice, her judgment, and my concern is though, and I always look at this, and that is when you make a change, what happens to future generations? Because at some point, and you probably haven't lived here long enough to remember how downtown Sparks looked, 35 years ago, with all the little houses, and then all of that stuff went away, and it looks completely different now. And now there's a whole bunch of multifamily where there was single-family dwellings. So it's not if it's going to change, it's when. But I also recognize, and this will be my final statement, and forgive my loquacious nature. I also recognize that our planning documents are living. They're living. They're in a constant state of change. If we kept our planning documents exactly the same, we'd still have dirt streets and places where we tied up our horses because that's just the nature of things. So I recognize the need for change. What I want to do is I want to be very considerate of the kinds of changes that we're potentially going to make, and what does it look like for future generations. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, anyone else? We have asked for and taken public comment. Commissioners, if there are no other questions, I will entertain either an adoption of the second reading of the ordinance number 1696, or we will move on.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to make a motion. Move to adopt ordinance bill number 1696, which is an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, Article 220, Tahoe Area, Section 110.220.145, Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone Special Area 1 to add single-family dwellings limited to airspace condominiums as allowed use in the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone Special Area 1, and to amend Section 110.220.150 Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone Special Policies referring to land use to add the Tahoe Area Plan Policy LU 2-9, single-family dwellings shall only be allowed in the Incline Village Commercial Regulatory Zone when they are part of a mixed-use development or when they are affordable housing units as a special policy, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining hereto. And to affirm the four findings of fact that the Washoe County Planning Commission made on November 1st, 2022, as recorded with the resolution number 22-17 and attached to the staff report for this item.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hill, Vice Chair Hill. I have a second by Commissioner Herman, and that is to adopt ordinance number 1696 as listed in the staff report and as approved by other regulatory agencies. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you so much. All right, that takes us now to item number 23. I know a lot of you are here only for that item, but if you are exiting the chambers, please do so quietly. Mr. Manager, would you take us into item number 23 first, and then I'm going to make sure that we understand what's in front of us. Go ahead.
I will do the best I can.
No. And I'm going to have
it's
legal.
complicated. So,
I understand, sir.
So item number 23 is a public hearing. It's an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a proposed amendment to the Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Articles 302, 304, and 410 related to cannabis consumption lounges. The Board of County Commissioners shall consider the appeal based on the record before the Planning Commission, as well as testimony and material submitted at the board's public hearing. The board may affirm or reverse the Planning Commission's decision, and if the board reverses the Planning Commission's decision, the board may then introduce and conduct first reading of two different ordinances, which I'm going to turn over to the clerk.
Okay, understood. So before you get there, Madam Clerk, let me ask, because I'm actually a little surprised that this is not two separate agenda items. Even though they've been conflated, I'm a little surprised of that. So, Mr. Edwards, let me ask you this question. Should we ask the clerk for a number to introduce the first reading, the ordinance number, because this is predicated, and here's why I say this, and I know that she doesn't have to assign the number, but I'm going to play devil's advocate on both sides. Well, if we go through the public hearing, because the first piece of this is the Planning Commission's denial. So the first thing that we have to do, if I have understood this correctly, is to either uphold the denial or overturn the denial. That's step one. Which is if I understand this correctly, that's going to require a separate vote. Step two, if we uphold the denial, we never get to the introduction and first reading. If we overturn the Planning Commission's denial, that's when we get to the introduction.
Making sure my light's on. Yeah, everything you just said is correct. I would clarify slightly further that the public hearing on the Planning Commission's denial only pertains to the development code pieces of it.
Okay.
The licensing code and other provisions outside the development code are not within the province of the Planning Commission. So it's even a little more complicated than what you just recited, just to sort of make it a little bit more fun. What I recommend is that you simply open up the item, hear from staff, and then take public comment, and then discuss amongst yourselves whether or not you want to reverse the Planning Commission or not. And if you do, then do a motion to do that, and then just have somebody do an introduction and first reading.
Correct. We don't. Yeah. The introduction and first reading does not require a vote of the county commission.
Right.
So run me through the second scenario. Let's assume that let's go through the scenario. Let's not make any assumptions. Let's go through the scenario of us upholding the denial of the Planning Commission. What happens then? Do we still go through and do a first reading, and then it gets to a second reading?
No. That's it. If you uphold the denial, if that's what you're asking me, right?
Yes.
If you say they're correct, we are joining in their denial and we're upholding that. That's it. That's it. This item doesn't go forward. This item goes forward all together or not at all.
I thought that's what we were doing, and perhaps I didn't articulate it well, and forgive me for that, but
No, actually, you hit all the nails on the head. There's just a lot of nails on this one. The trick here is that for development code amendments, there's a separate initiation and review process that goes through the Planning Commission and then comes to you. For regular code amendments, it only initiates through you under Chapter 2 of the County Code.
Okay.
There are both of those pieces involved with this overall package.
Okay, so I'll ask again. Should we have the clerk give us an introduction number to the ordinance, or should we wait to see if it either passes, and in other words, we uphold the denial or overturn the denial?
Yes, I think open it, as you just said, you open it up, discuss whether or not you want to uphold or overturn the Planning Commission.
And then if we do overturn, then I'll ask the clerk for
Yes.
a number. Okay, all right, got it. Sorry, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm just trying to understand. And I want my commissioners to understand and everyone to understand here what's actually before us, what's in that particular agenda item. Okay, so we are here to hear an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial. Do we want to hear a presentation from staff? I'm assuming we do. Mr. Giesinger, nice to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair Hartung. Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager for the record. I oversee the business license and code enforcement programs. The business license is why I'm the lead on this particular item. So we will start with the appeal process. I actually have one overall presentation for this entire item. So I don't know how you want me to, if you want me to just go through that and
What's
you can.
the appetite? I think let him just go through that.
Okay, and I was going to leave the background in since we do have two new commissioners. Welcome aboard.
I think that's
Garcia and Clark.
Sage, absolutely,
Okay.
so that everybody kind of gets a little bit of catch up, and it'll fill in a bunch of blanks for all of us because this kind of stuff has not been before us for a while.
Very well, then I'll proceed. So, as you were just discussing, the subject before you today, there's actually three separate items, if you will. The first being the appeal, the Planning Commission's denial of WCA 22-003. That pertains only to the development code amendments that are necessary to authorize the use of a cannabis consumption lounge. And then the third part of that is, as Mr. Edwards noted, the introduction of first reading of Chapter 25 amendments, which is the business licensing code. And that's where all of the application requirements and things of that nature are contained. These uses are proposed as by right uses, meaning they're not discretionary approvals. So the concept of lounges, where did this come from? It's been debated ever since marijuana, now we refer to as cannabis in state law, became legal first through the medical process and then later through adult use. So since legalization, consumption has been prohibited in the public arena. So it's only been allowed in private homes or on private property, which led to a dilemma for out-of-state visitors as well as people that say rent and have restrictive covenants where prohibiting smoking, for example. So during the last legislative session, this was taken up yet again, and Assembly Bill AB 341 was passed and got the consumption issue over the finish line, and that also involved a social equity component, which I'll explain briefly. So what did AB 341 do? It authorized the licensure and regulation of cannabis consumption lounges. It also directed the Cannabis Compliance Board, which is a new board that came into being the previous session, or maybe this last session, and to adopt regulations to govern consumption lounges. So the CCB went to work on that and eventually approved the regulations this past June 28th, 2022, which then set the stage for local governments to potentially move forward in allowing this use as allowed by state law. So I will point out that local governments are not required to allow these. This is an opt-in, it's not a mandate from the state.
Okay, so hold on just a second.
Sure.
Local governments. Okay, so because we approve or deny this in Washoe County does not mean that the city of Reno or the city of Sparks have to abide by that same either approval or denial.
Correct, yeah, let me clarify. These regulations, if you pass them today, would only apply in the unincorporated county.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Proceed,
yeah.
I apologize.
No problem, yeah, and I believe City of Reno is going to be taking their amendments up soon, and I don't think Sparks is going to go forward. So what were in the regulations that the CCB adopted? Here's a summary highlight of those regulations that address quite a few functional issues like indoor air quality, things of that nature, training. This is all standard stuff already for medical cannabis dispensaries. There are a couple additional things in the regulations. One is the impaired driving mitigation. Every consumption lounge would have to have an adopted, approved by the CCB mitigation plan. And then there's also elements in there where if there were problems that the sheriff was experiencing, they actually have the ability to request a moratorium, a temporary closure, so that they can then update that plan if necessary. So this all began, the staff was given direction to bring forward the item to get direction from the Board of County Commissioners, whether or not the board wanted to move forward with potentially allowing consumption lounges. And so at the September 20th meeting, staff did bring that presentation, and the board directed staff to return with some amendments that would allow both types of consumption lounges as authorized by NRS to not be more restrictive than NRS regarding the location and number, and to potentially allow outdoor consumption areas. That's not really covered in the state regulations one way or the other, except for that it can't be visible from a public right-of-way. So staff returned to discuss, to initiate those amendments on October 11th meeting. The board directed staff to go ahead and begin working on those amendments. So again, that would involve amendments to Chapter 25 of County Code and Chapter 110, and then all the cleanup items that would be generated by that. So draft did that. As we just discussed, amendments to the Development Code, Chapter 110, first have to go to the Planning Commission. So that was agendized for the December 6th Planning Commission meeting. And as we just discussed, that did end up in a denial. It was a technical denial. It was a tie vote, 3-3. And then just clarifying, the board does adopt ordinances at 25, so that was not part of the Planning Commission's review. Because the board had directed staff to come back with potential code amendments, staff felt compelled to appeal the PC denial to honor the board's previous direction. So that's why we're here before you today. But because of the appeal, the first action you need to take, as we just discussed, is a decision on the Planning Commission appeal. And depending on how that goes, you may introduce both ordinances after that if it's overturned. Functionally, you would have to amend both these ordinances for it to go into effect. But if you don't adopt 110, then anything done in 25 wouldn't be enabled. But I think what we'll do going forward is, if the board decides to not take this all forward as one complete package, we will just return with Chapter 25 amendments at a later date and time to make all those necessary changes that have occurred in NRS. Our code is woefully out of date, and all the references in there are out of date regarding the current NRS regulations. So what are these lounges? The first type is a retail consumption lounge, and that type of lounge must be affiliated with an existing licensed adult use cannabis or medical dispensary, which means that the existing license holder automatically then is the applicant and the licensee for the respective consumption lounge. That must be materially attached to the dispensary. So it either has to be share a wall, or it has to be on the same parcel as the retail dispensary. And then the number of lounges is capped at the existing number of retail dispensaries, but it's also actually even further capped by the number of applications that the CCB received. There's currently 6 dispensaries operating in the unincorporated area of Washoe County. And here's a graphic depicting where those dispensaries are. 2 in Sun Valley, 1 in Spanish Springs, 1 in Lemon Valley, 1 in Washoe Valley, and 1 up in Incline. So pretty broad geographic distribution. Independent consumption lounge is the other type of lounge, and these are just the opposite of the retail. They're standalone facilities not associated with an existing retail dispensary. So this would be more than likely a new building or occupying an existing building not affiliated with a cannabis use. However, the state is only going to issue 20 of those licenses total statewide, and that process has already occurred, which I'll show you on this next license. And 50% of those licenses were required to be awarded to social equity applicants. So the first round of licensing was opened in October. It was open for 2 weeks. CCB received a total of 99 applications statewide, most of which were for independent lounges. And then in November, the state selected the applicants and awarded 40 licenses, 20 independent and 20 retail, but only 1 license was issued to the county, and that it was issued to the dispensary in Washoe Valley, and all of the independent lounge licenses were awarded to the southern Nevada. So the existing cannabis regulations, here's what it looks like for the existing uses in our code. You can see there that they're allowed in the commercial and industrial zones. Retail stores are allowed in all those zones. The other uses are allowed only in general commercial and industrial, as shown in the table. So what's being proposed to change in Chapter 110 is amending that table I was just showing you to add new uses to that table. That would be the retail and independent cannabis consumption lounges. And anytime we add a new use to the use table, you have to also have an accompanying use definition, which we call our use classification system. So that article of the development code would need to be amended. And then we also need to establish parking standards for these new uses. So here's what that looks like. You can see there highlighted in yellow, simply adding the retail and independent lounges, and then we broke out uses that would potentially have an outdoor area, and we're being slightly more restrictive on those and not allowing those in neighborhood commercial zones, but allowing the other ones in the same zones as the retail dispensaries since they're affiliated. So that's what the use table would look like if this were to go forward and be adopted. And then here are the definitions for each type of lounge. This is basically straight out of NRS, with the exception of subsection 7. That's an addition to address the potential outdoor lounge component. Same thing here for the independent lounges, basically straight out of state law. And then here's the parking standards that staff was proposing. Basically, we decided it's more or less the same impact as a dispensary, so we're just proposing the same exact parking standard for a consumption lounge as would be required for a dispensary. So that's what you see there. Little caveat there, conversion of existing square footage would not require additional parking. So that would be like an existing building. They convert part of the inside of that building. The square footage doesn't change, and that's what most of our parking standards are based on, is square footage and employees. So there was a all cab citizen advisory board workshop held on this item where staff presented the proposed amendments I just discussed for input and feedback. This is our common practice to hold one meeting for development code amendments. I know we just had a big discussion about why does it apply to all commission districts. This one does apply to all commission districts. So it would be countywide. The potential would be countywide, subject to zoning, of course. Regarding agency input, the health district has been, and we have discussed this with the health district, and they have indicated that in their discussions with CCB that the CCB would take the lead role in any type of health-related regulations inside of the consumption lounges. And then we have not received any specific comments or concerns from the sheriff's office. They're just going to keep doing what they currently do. So here's a summary of the CAB input we heard. A lot of the comments were concerns over impaired driving, because obviously there's not really public transit to most of these dispensary areas. So most people will be arriving by car. Now, of course, there's carpool options and things like that. Concerns about how quickly the ordinance process was moving, concerns about potentially pairing food with smoking, question about how OSHA regulations will apply. But then there were also concerns from the industry representatives that we're not proposing the full range of opportunities that could be realized in this consumption lounge, in this niche of the business. So things like live entertainment in conjunction with a smoking lounge, right? So proposed amendments to Chapter 25, what does that entail? It's primarily a lot of changes to definitions that are all out of date now with the current NRS definitions. So the very first section there in Chapter 25, where we define all the different types of business uses, that would be amended. And then for the remainder of the at the end of the section of Chapter 25 is where all of the current marijuana regulations are, and that's 25,700 through 792. That would all be updated with the new terminology. There's also a few changes in just regulations, like regarding distributors and things like that, that would be cleaned up. And then just of note, what we're proposing for outdoor lounge areas, if those were to be approved, would be to limit such areas to just products, which are basically edible or infused products or vaping products. The vaping products don't produce nearly as much odor, but smoking the flower would be prohibited. So here's the adoption timeline. There's actually a mistake on the last bullet there. We already held the December 6th meeting. The first reading we're talking about today. If you were to introduce these ordinances, we'd return on February 14th, actually. So sorry about that. It would be February 14th would be the second reading. So 3 possible separate motions here for your consideration. First being the appeal of the Planning Commission denial. And then depending on how that goes, then introduction of the 2 separate ordinances for Chapter 25 and 110. And then my last bullet item there, I just wanted to point out, because this came up a little bit when we were drafting the amendments, did we want to look at fees, application fees for these types of uses? And up until this point, all cannabis, all marijuana uses all pay the same exact business license fee as any other business. They pay $77.75 for a business license. However, marijuana uses, the county has imposed an additional 3% tax on top of sales taxes on those uses. And so that's really where your big revenue generator is, and that will continue going forward with these consumption lounges as well, because there is a retail component within a consumption lounge. They are allowed to retail limited quantities of products within the consumption lounge, and that would be taxed at the 3%. So if there is an appetite to come back with a different type of application fee, it would require a change to the master business license fee schedule. We would have to come back and do that at a later date. So right now, really, the only thing that's before you are the first three there. And again, February 14th would be the second reading. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, will you take the public comment down for just a moment so that, off of my screen, so that commissioners can sign in and I can see? Okay, that's okay. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in first.
Thank you. I'm ready for a motion.
Well, I want to.
But you're not?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
There's a couple of things I want to put on the record.
Yes.
Prior to. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in next.
Thank you. I just want to put on the record, there's a few comments I want to make, but I want to put it on the record that I received a donation from Mr. Alexander. You know, I've not cashed the check, and I'm not going to cash the check. I don't want this to affect my voting on it. I don't want anybody to read anything into that. It doesn't mean that I'm anti this or for that, or I'm just. This is a very sensitive issue in our community, and I don't want anybody to think that my thought processes were altered by campaign contribution. So just want to have that on the record. You know, I've met with Mr. Alexander twice. We talked to him at a fundraiser. I've heard a lot of concern from neighbors about potential DUIs and law enforcement impact. My thoughts are, how can Washoe County work with Seoul to make sure people don't smoke or ingest and drive if we approve this? I've been following the Reno downtown mini marts and their privileged liquor licenses. Two of those liquor licenses have been revoked because of service calls or alleged service calls to their locations. I just want to see how that could work with this. If it did get approved and we did see an uptick in impaired drivers or accidents or service calls to that, what way do we have as a county to take this license and revoke this license and pull this license back? So I think it's important to get some wording in there that gives us an opportunity to claw this license back if we need to. You know, following the city of Reno's lead with that, if they get too many service calls, they're revoking liquor licenses. You know, I know it's difficult to own a license, and I know Mr. Alexander's a good employer. I realize this would be sending it back to the district attorney or perhaps the sheriff, but could we craft something that if there are bad actors and DUIs go up significantly, that Mr. Alexander's lounge license could be suspended or revoked or curtailed in some way? I need to see both sides of this, and every email that I've received is against this cannabis lounge. There's a controversial matter. This is a controversial matter, but for Washoe County to be left behind in the state, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense either. There's only 17 counties in the state. There's about 20 licenses were awarded. This is the only one in our county, Mr. Alexander, again, not to bring up a sticky subject, but I've also heard a lot about the harvest odor nuisance. It's a problem. Is it a problem with many or some? And maybe we need to get Mr. Alexander together in kind of some type of a forum where we could address this with the folks that are affected by the odors. And that's my thoughts about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have one question for follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. for that disclosure. I was just looking at Chapter 281A. Your disclosure is above and beyond in this situation. And since you made it, though, could you please explain on the record who Mr. Alexander is for anybody who doesn't know or isn't familiar?
Mr. Alexander is one of the principals, or if not the ownership position in Soul Cannabis. And again, I wanted to disclose that to everybody and make sure everybody's clear on this. This is a sensitive issue. It's a controversial issue. It's a polarizing issue in the community, my district, and throughout the county. And I don't want anybody to think that I was convinced one way or another by a campaign contribution. And I want to make sure nobody thinks that I think that this was a bribe. This was a campaign contribution. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, if you have no questions, I've got some questions for staff. If you have questions? Okay, Ms. Garcia, you go right ahead, and I'll bring up the rear.
Okay, we're 2 weeks into this job, so this was a this was a big one to catch up on. But luckily, I was following along in the fall, September meeting, October meeting, December Planning Commission meeting. There was a lot to listen to, and I have to admit I agree with a lot of the comments in those meetings that talked about how expedited this timeline was. That there perhaps wasn't enough extensive public outreach or agency outreach, but we did have the CAB on November 7th, and the past week or so I've been scouring all of these documents, really coming at it from the health district lens, and that's where I was hoping you could perhaps help me kind of work through all of what's in front of us. So in your presentation, slide 6 talked about indoor air quality, ventilation standards, health standards for food preparation. Slide 22 also addressed how Washoe County Health District has reached an agreement with the CCB to take the lead responsibility for enforcement on health-related regulations inside the cannabis consumption lounges. And then slide 23 talked about food service, workplace safety again. And were you counting slides? I did my homework, I'm telling you, because I don't take this decision lightly, but it's more for me to understand the importance, not only for the people and staff that work in these facilities. I really care deeply about people's overall health and wellness, and also the surrounding neighborhoods. I've got 2 in Sun Valley that could potentially apply for a license. I know today's conversation is solely around Soul Cannabis as the applicant, but I want to make decisions moving forward that if in the case that other businesses apply for this, that we're making sure that everything's dialed in with the health district. And so I'm not sure if we have anybody here representing the health district today, but really I was relying heavily on the regs. So 15.055, so that one's about the ventilation of the cannabis consumption lounges. And I was kind of searching through that, and to my understanding, Mr. Alexander's facility, I went and took a tour, and his design is an outdoor consumption lounge, correct?
That's my understanding of what he would like to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
what he would like to do, okay.
Right.
And so in that 15.055, there's a lot of talk about the odor mitigation, which is something I'm really concerned about. I know there's regulations on how close these can be to parks and swimming pools and schools of that nature, but there's still a lot of residents we need to consider. And I think part of my question was answered in one of the slides, but since we're talking about the outdoor piece in this case, number 6, I just wanted to see if you could add a little bit of history or content related to the health aspect of the outdoor specific facilities.
Thank you for the question. This will be a quick answer because there is no history of an outdoor lounge and how that is addressed by health regulations. So it's my understanding the health district is not going to be regulating outdoor consumption areas. So really it comes down to what other elements would we want to include in our ordinance, which is why on the one slide, I don't know if you caught it, but our current proposal for amending Chapter 25 is to not allow smoking of flower in any outdoor area, which may very well sink their business model for this dispensary. But we felt that was a reasonable compromise to reach with the lack of a regulatory history, if you will, for how we would address an outdoor lounge area. There is no outdoor use of any type of cannabis allowed under the current business license code. So we really have no experience with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my follow-up to that, in talking to the business owner, he said that he's going to be moving forward with a company called Fogco, dealing with the odor remediation. It's used in other industries. It's a fan that neutralizes with safe additives and all these things, creating this invisible barrier. So I see the odor mitigation part in the item number 5 of the ventilation section. Is there an odor mitigation part for outdoor?
No, the reg is silent on that at the state level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And CCB is going to be taking the lead for the indoor air quality stuff, and there's lots of, in the NAC, not the NRS, I believe there's many detailed provisions for indoor air quality, and I wouldn't pretend to be an expert in any of them. So I don't believe we have anybody here from the health district today. They had a conflicting meeting. But I could, well, I guess you need to decide now, but my feeling when I had discussions with the health district is that it's pretty well covered under the NRS in terms of the indoor air quality issues and the concerns over the exposure of the workers and so forth to smoke. They're going to have separated. My understanding is the way these will work, if you're indoor, is you'll have a separated area like that's glassed in, and only people that are consuming are going in and out of there. So you wouldn't have employees inside the smoke-filled area, which is also, of course, going to have ventilation standards that are very expensive, according to discussions I've had with Mr. Alexander, which is probably why he's looking at doing the outdoor version. So that's what I can offer on that. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Oh, and just real quick, in response to Commissioner Clark's question about revocation, that's already a component in the business license code. All business licenses can be revoked for cause. And so the grounds for revocation could certainly be tied to instances of increased impaired driving. Also, as I mentioned in my presentation, there is a provision in the CCB regs empowering local law enforcement to temporarily close these facilities if they have an uptick. So you have a variety of ways you could approach that. You could also suspend a license. There's also a procedure for suspending licenses. So that would require a board hearing. So sorry.
Okay. All right. My turn. So I don't see anybody else signed in. So I like this. You're on the perfect slide. And you counted. You definitely get one of the cookies from upstairs. I missed wildly. So talk to me about a couple of things. So indoor air quality on this, Mr. Kiesinger, it says ventilation standards and consumption visibility. So, I mean, what you just explained to me reminds me of some of the kiosks that I've seen in the airports that, where you've got all these smokers inside and it looks like London. I mean, it's kind of an interesting concept. So it would have to be somehow walled off so that employees would not be subject to I'm just going to call it errant smoke.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't have any standards for that yet.
Not at the county level.
Right.
No, it's all at the state level.
That's all at the state level.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go next to the incident reporting on impaired driving. How do you know how high I am?
Well, and that's been the issue of the debate about the impaired driving component of this.
Because with alcohol,
right,
you can do a breathalyzer, a roadside breathalyzer, and 0.08 is the state standard, and so that's what I'm trying to understand. What type of impairment test, and I already know the answer to this, but it's necessary for me to put this on the record, okay, because impairment and impaired driving for me is one of the major issues. So how are we going to deal with impaired driving mitigation? How do you mitigate impaired driving? And let me add one more thing into this. And I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me add just one more thing because I think this is important. So, for my weight versus somebody who's, let's say, my daughter's weight, and my daughter's, 5'6" and thin, right? If I consume, and this is the same with alcohol, I can drink 2 cocktails easily to her 1 without being impaired because I have a lot more body mass and body weight. How do we take into account people who are consuming edibles and how long it takes them to, and the only word I know for this is to come on to it?
Metabolize.
Correct.
To
Yeah.
metabolize, to metabolize that.
So the ordinance is
I prefer to use the come
Yeah.
on. Hey, I grew up in the 70s, and I inhaled. I've never made it a secret. Believe me, never made it a secret at all. It's different environment.
Yeah, it's an understandable concern. I would just point out that the ordinances before you don't address that in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
The existing driving laws contained in those chapters of county code will be enforced. And what I've heard from the sheriff's office, Corey Solferino in particular, is that they're trained to deal with all types of impairment. So whether you're high on meth and alcohol, or
Sure.
all three of those marijuana as well, all three of those drugs, they're trained to recognize elements of all of those types of impairment.
But there is no sobriety test, we'll call it.
Not yet, that I'm aware of. That is a standard, industry standard, if you will.
Right. And even blood tests can be subjective because
I think after the
THC
fact you can get a pretty good blood test, but it takes weeks, or
Right.
I don't remember all the literature on it, but yeah.
Right. So those are my concerns. Like Commissioner Clark, I got a bunch. I counted well over 40 emails, and I haven't looked at my email right now of people in opposition to this. Talk to me about one other thing. You had a. So we talked about OSHA. We figured out that okay, they're going to be separated. Your parking standards. So you have 5 spaces or 6 spaces per 1,000 square feet. What is it? I'm sorry.
Yep, just let me get to that one real quick. Here we go. So per 1,000 square feet.
Five spaces.
5 spaces, yeah.
5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. Is that the same for a restaurant?
It's the same for the adult use retail
No.
dispensaries.
You didn't
Restaurant?
answer, no. You didn't answer my question. Is that the same for a restaurant? Because if they're making edibles, if I'm sitting down and eating a meal that has been infused, isn't that the same as a restaurant?
You could look at it that way. I believe a restaurant requires more. It depends on the type of eating
I think
facility
so.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
And also a bar requires more, but a packaged liquor store doesn't. So I think this matches the packaged liquor store, if I remember correctly, when we originally came up with this way back when.
Define for me big revenues. Because you said big, you talked about the
what I meant there.
Revenues.
Yeah, what I meant there, Commissioner Hartung, is any application fee is probably going to pale in comparison to your 3% excise tax on retail sales. That's the only point I was trying to make there.
Right.
Yeah.
What are our? Do you happen to know, kind of off the top of your head, what our yearly revenues are on cannabis right now? It's not as much as everybody.
I don't,
had
but it is fairly substantial.
But I don't think it's as much. It's not like
Yeah, we get the revenue reports. I can share that with you.
It's a million. Okay. So this will be my final statement, and I serve on RTC, and that we get one of these each year. Now, blessedly, we are going down. Total lives lost in Nevada, 348, up to December. This is December 5th, 2022. I have not seen the December numbers yet. This is the last chart that I have. It is down 2.5% from last year, but the top contributing factors are impairment and speeding. And then in Washoe County, up to that point, we lost 40. There were 40 fatalities. Again, the top contributing factors were impairment and speeding. So those are my big concerns. I will tell you, I feel like I'm blessed to be here, because I had a parent who let's just say it wasn't always the safest driving conditions. And this was way before, any of that, the 1960s when, it just wasn't a big deal. I'm terribly concerned with this piece of it. I'm terribly concerned with it. And so the reason I bring this up is if this was associated with, let's just say, a hotel, I get it. They're there. They have some place to stay. You can, go up to your room. There's not an issue. But when you have these satellite facilities, and by the way, I feel exactly the same way about bars. Exactly the same way. I'm concerned with impaired driving. And so when you have these satellite facilities, there is no public transportation. There is no Uber, easy Uber. And I'm having a difficult time with this. I'm having a very, very difficult time, which is also why I asked you about the city of Reno versus city of Sparks versus Washoe County, because all of our facilities are remote. City of Reno's are more compact, and you can certainly access, for my facility, now Sun Valley is different. For my facility out in Spanish Springs, there is no public transportation there, period. There isn't any. So, and I don't think that there's any.
No micro?
I'm sorry?
No micro transit?
No micro. No, we're not in the zone. Been trying to get that. I need your vote.
We'll work on it.
I need that. I really want to get microtransit, especially for our senior population out in Spanish Springs, but that's not, I'm sorry, Nate. It's not what we're here to talk about. Sun Valley at least does have transportation, and most people aren't going to climb on a bus. They're going to try to contact an Uber, and then I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. That's one of my biggest concerns. If we had autonomous vehicles, I'd vote for this all day long. I don't care. But until autonomous vehicles come along, I'm concerned. I'll just put it that way. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again, sir.
I just want to thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on what Chairman Hartung had to say. I mean, I live close to this facility. It's approximately 24 miles from right here. There's Uber service from time to time, but I guarantee during this time of poor weather, it was probably very unlikely to get a ride in. So it's so far out. That's the problem. And with impaired driving, and we talked to Mr. Alexander about buses or minibuses or airport type shuttles or bringing people in from hotels, but until we know exactly how many people are going to be on the road after they leave an event there, that's a question for me. And impaired driving is impaired driving. Everybody always wants to compare it to a bar. Well, that's not right either. Two wrongs don't make a right, and that's what I'm concerned with. Is the driving, impaired driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so if there are no other questions for staff, thank you, Mr. Giesinger. I appreciate it. You're a walking encyclopedia. You're a wealth of knowledge, Chad.
He is.
You're an asset to Washoe County, and I know that you had to learn all this along the way. It wasn't something that you sort of grew up within the organization. So thank you for putting all of this together. I mean, this is as usual, very comprehensive. So thank you for that. Commissioners, we've got some public comment. I'm going to go ahead and start public comment. I need to run up and do one thing real quickly. I'm going to let you take over, Vice Chair. I just need to know the people that are speaking while I'm gone, and I'll probably only be gone for one or two, whether they're yays or nays. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we can start public comment when you're ready.
Okay, first up we have Diane Becker, and I do have a handout to distribute. And after Diane, William Naylor will speak.
Okay, thank you. Can we have William Naylor come up if Diane wants to wait?
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is William Naylor, 44-year resident of Washoe Valley. I consider the handling of this very important development code amendment to be very poor. A prior Board of Supervisors expedited schedule resulted in lack of citizen input. The cab attendance was 13 people, by the way, that he mentioned. A lack of department coordination and input, an incomplete product which does not address all issues. We're here because the Planning Commission denied the amendment, rightfully so. The Planning Department appeal is based upon the findings that the department claims can be made, and for that reason, we'll concentrate on those findings. We'll start with finding number 2. The finding requires that the proposed amendment will not adversely impact public health, safety, or welfare. This is a no-brainer. Any activity which puts more impaired drivers on the road endangers public safety, health, and welfare. Next, we consider finding 3, response to changed conditions. It could be argued that the recent non-binding legislative action is a changed condition, but that's not really the issue. The second part of the finding requires and that the requested amendment allows for a more desirable utilization of land within the regulatory zones. Most people would agree that luring strangers into your community to dispense drugs and get them impaired with the possible consequences is not a more desirable land use. This leaves findings number 1 and 4, both relate to the master plan. Finding 1 requires substantial compliance to the policies and actions of the master plan. Finding 4 requires no adverse effect to implementation of policies of the conservation element of the master plan. Staff position on both findings is that policies don't currently exist in the master plan regarding cannabis consumption lounges, therefore they are in compliance. That's pretty weak. An overlooked major issue is the cannabis consumption lounges would produce marijuana-contaminated wastewater. Disposal of this wastewater is not addressed, especially in unincorporated county areas with no municipal septic service where it could contaminate groundwater and wells. The conservation element and local area plans both have many actions and policies regarding this. Some examples: the need to coordinate between multiple agencies and documents, which was not done. Sustainable use of natural resources to ensure viability of the response and avoidability of undue, unacceptable, or excessive environmental damage. Protection and improvement of existing water quality, wellhead protection. Anyway, there's more here. I don't have time. The proposed amendment does not address these issues and compromises master plan policies and actions.
Thank you, sir.
Please uphold the Planning Commission findings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Becker, followed by Nancy Elred. I'll distribute Diane's documents.
Okay. Welcome back.
Hello again. You probably won't see me here this many times in the future.
Madam Clerk, would you start the timer, please?
Diane Becker. If you have ever smoked or ingested marijuana, you know that it impairs your perception and your motor skills. I've cited several articles from the Center for Disease Control, the National Institute of Health, the Canadian Institute of Health, et cetera, that specifically did studies that found that cannabis use impairs perception and has caused an increase in driving accidents. Staff says that the impact of a cannabis lounge is the same as from a dispensary, and I disagree with that. A lounge is a step too far. I'm not personally opposed to cannabis use, cannabis retail, cannabis distribution, but I am opposed to cannabis lounges. If you are considering allowing these, I ask that you consider Incline Village separately and think about our curvy mountain roads, our snowbound and icy streets in the winter, and more importantly, you consider that Carson, Douglas County, and all of the other local jurisdictions around the lake are not having cannabis lounges, like Sparks that has decided they've opted out. So if you opt out, you're not going to have cannabis lounges. So now Incline will see travel of the tourists all around Highway 28 to Incline to go to the cannabis lounges. It will be very dangerous. It's especially dangerous because we don't have sidewalks. We have a couple of paths, but the paths are cleared thanks to the actions of our assistant county manager, but they're not always cleared. And so children are walking home in the streets. That's where they walk. That's where the adults walk. We really can't afford impaired drivers. I'd also like to remind you that Section 15.080 is the single section that addresses impaired driving. And what it says is the cannabis lounge should set up an impaired driving mitigation plan. Doesn't say what has to be in it. But it does say, and if there's too many accidents, then you have to redo your cannabis lounge. The county, if they're going to do something like this, needs to spend a lot of time setting up what it's going to do to prohibit impaired driving. It needs analysis. It needs to look at what other jurisdictions are doing. Cannabis lounges are new. A lot of places have opted out. You could opt in the future when you see what works, what doesn't work. We really, as all of us who live in these communities, ask, please protect us. Our safety is more important than the right of a tourist or even a renter. In an incline, there probably are almost no renters, but a tourist to smoke in their hotel room. Let them eat these ingestibles if they want to get high. Please don't put impaired drivers on our roads. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nancy Allred, followed by Helen Neff.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Aldred. I live in Old Washoe Estates in Washoe County, and we have been the closest resident neighbors to Soul since they opened. We've experienced Soul's smelly exhaust the whole time since they have opened in neighborhood meetings that my husband and one of our neighbors who were on the HOA board attended with Mr. Alexander. He promised to have significant changes to odor abatement. To date, nothing has happened. My husband and I have reported the smell to Francisco Vega, Director of Air Quality and Management. The odor happens to take place generally in the evening about 10 o'clock at night, maybe a little later, maybe a little earlier. And we were told by Mr. Vega that no employees worked that time of the evening and that they could only come out during daylight hours, at which time the odor has dissipated because the sun helps that happen. Also note, please, that a fog company filtration center was installed over 3 years ago at the facility, and it doesn't work. I don't think actually that they turn it on because we don't notice any fogging over the outside air vents, and so it has proven to be totally ineffective. Soul simply does not do what they promise that they will do, and Mr. Alexander is the heart and soul of Soul. A lounge so far out of town with no public transportation does not make sense to me. Driving under the influence of cannabis is illegal and it is unsafe. Having a lounge in an urban area makes a lot more sense to me, where hotels are available, where cabs are available, buses are available, not where you have to drive out of town. I support the Planning Commission's decision to deny Soul a lounge in Washoe County, and I hope that you county commissioners will support that demand or denial. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Helen Neff, followed by Maureen Collins.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Helen Neff, Incline Village resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope I can get through this. Please stand with our Washoe County Planning Commission deny this appeal. I submitted written comments with numerous objections, especially impaired driving. In most cases, an impaired driver is identified after a crash has occurred and after innocent people have been harmed. If the crash is on a state route, the Nevada Highway Patrol has jurisdiction. Were they contacted? Were they consulted by your planning department? Our highest traffic roads are under their control. The question of whether a driver is tested for impairment or not is up to law enforcement. If they decide not to test, the innocent victim is unable to obtain justice and the crash is not recorded as impairment. This is what happened to me in 2021 when I was hit crossing State Route 28 in the crosswalk on a beautiful afternoon. A driver making a left turn hit me with her SUV. I was thrown onto the hood. My head was smashed into her windshield. My body was hurled 11.5 feet into oncoming traffic. I should be dead. I don't exaggerate. I should be dead. The driver was not tested, despite apparent indications of impairment, including diminished coordination, distorted senses, such as sunlight, delayed reaction time, not applying her brakes, and confusion. I asked why. The Nevada Highway Patrol said the decision is at the discretion of the trooper. These are the facts. The driver had a prior record of DUIs going back over 20 years. One of her former co-workers told me she was a user of alcohol and cannabis. Signs of impairment per the body cam video and her written statement made at the scene include saying the sun was in her eyes when turning eastward away from the sun at 5:17 p.m., writing, "I did not see the pedestrian" as she stepped into the crosswalk, not yielding to the other car that was stopped waiting for me to cross, writing incorrect street names on her statement despite being a local resident. The trooper did not check her eyes or her breath. The trooper waited until 40 minutes after the crash to ask a negatively phrased question. "You haven't had anything to drink today?" Yes, a question phrased in the negative is easier to answer than, "What have you had to drink?" The trooper allowed her unsupervised access to her vehicle. She was moving things around from the front to the back. In the video, she's standing off to the side, disengaged, unconcerned, in a fog, clueless. She did not call 911. She never approached me as I lay in the road to apologize or ask how I was. I wrote to the director of public safety. I was never given the courtesy of a reply. The DA's victim assistance didn't have the budget to give me a victim's advocate due to limited staff and budget. This is how you are treated in your state. You are on your own. What happened to me can happen to you. I might look okay, but I am broken inside, and I will deal with it. I just ask you not to put more impaired drivers on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Maureen Collins, followed by Marilyn Naylor.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Maureen Collins. I've lived in Washoe Valley for over 22 years. To date, the only marijuana dispensary is Soul Cannabis that's been haven't offered a provisional license. How is a Soul Lounge going to meet the needs of our growing community with respect to economic impacts? Not much. How much of a negative impact will it have to the residents in this area? A lot. Locals who visit Soul Cannabis and purchase marijuana products presently take them home. No negative impact here. Would these local residents want to consume these products at a Soul Lounge? Doubtful. If they stayed at Soul to consume, how would they get home without driving impaired? Visitors from other areas fly or drive into northern Nevada and stay at hotels or motels. Would they come all the way to Washoe Valley to participate in a lounge experience? Doubtful. There is no public transportation in or out of Washoe Valley. Hotels, motels are located about 10 miles away. Police presence. We are a rural area. We do not have police that come to our area unless they are summoned. We are 95% residential. If customers buy and consume at Soul, they would have to hang out at Soul until they become competent drivers, 2 to however many hours, or drive away impaired. How does this make any sense? This creates increased safety hazards in Washoe Valley. How would Soul keep the impaired drivers under their capture? Soul has proven themselves to be uncooperative by the lack of effort they have given to the stench of the growing of marijuana at their facility and lack of commitment in installing an effective filtration system, which is available. FOGCO has been installed 3 years, and it hasn't worked effectively. They use the excuse that it would cost too much when other grow houses have indeed installed such systems, clearly not caring about the surrounding residents, but only eyes on their profit. They also have put live bands on their elevated porch and blasted music to where? The traffic that goes by, disturbing our right for quiet enjoyment on our weekends. Now, are you going to trust this owner to be responsible for others, or is their focus on how much they can sell and on the future plans for a cannabis venue, which they have publicly stated that they would do? We warned the former commissioners of putting such a business in a residential community, but our pleas and common sense were not taken seriously. Please listen to us. Cannabis lounges may make sense in the urban area, not in a rural area. A lounge in this area will not increase revenues for Washoe County compared to the cost of impaired driving, increased police presence, and overall disregard of our residents.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Marilyn Naylor, followed by Cliff Lowe, and I have a document to distribute from Ms. Naylor.
Hold on just a second here. Let these be distributed, and then we'll start your clock. Thank you. Would you start the clock, Madam Clerk?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Naylor, and I'm a 26-year resident of Washoe Valley, and I would like to give some background information about how Washoe County has worked with the citizens in Washoe Valley. I'm one of the citizens who joined forces with Washoe County Parks in 2008 to complete the application for the Nevada State Washoe Valley Scenic Byway. Its mission to put government agencies and community organizations on course to work together to preserve and enhance Washoe Valley and also open avenues for federal grant funding. The scenic loop around Washoe Valley is popular for bicyclists and motorists visiting the historic sites, viewing wildlife at Scripps Wildlife Management Area and Washoe Lake wetlands. Washoe Lake State Park had approximately 300,000 visitors last year to camp, boat, and picnic. Washoe County Parks attracts thousands of visitors to Bowers Mansion, pool, and festivals. Visitors camp at Davis Creek, fish at Wilson Commons, and play at New Washoe City Park. Goals and strategies are described in the Washoe Valley Scenic Byway Corridor Management Plan, and you have a copy of page 85. It has a table of the managing partners: Washoe County, NDOT, Nevada Department of Wildlife, State Parks, Nevada Land Trust, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and community organizations. You also have an outline of how community organizations have formed and joined together in alliance to meet these goals. The annual Celebrate Washoe Valley is held at Washoe Lake State Park. It features 36 government agencies and community organizations. They set up booths and demonstrations to share information about the interests and activities in Washoe Valley. After a few-year hiatus due to COVID, Celebrate Washoe Valley is scheduled for Saturday, May 20th this year. We hope that you all come and join the celebration. I'm deeply concerned with the approval of a cannabis consumption lounge in Washoe Valley that will add impaired drivers to the roadways, therefore endangering our motorists, bicyclists, and our wildlife. Please vote today to uphold the denial of the Planning Commission. It would be a huge step in nurturing and preserving Washoe Valley as a safe, family-friendly haven for recreation and wildlife viewing. If you vote today to uphold the denial, you will not be alone. You'll show unity with Pershing, Douglas, Churchill, Lyon counties, and our Carson City supervisors. My hope is that we can open up our lines of communication and continue to work together as partners in the development of Envision Washoe 2040. All of our contact information is there on the handout. And thank you very much for being here and listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cliff Lowe, followed by Grace Crosley.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Cliff Lowe, and this is the item that caused me to drive here from Washoe Valley. So I want to preface by saying any misstatements that I make, any inaccuracies are unintentional. I've not had the time to check out all of the things I'm going to say, but I believe them to all be accurate. So, to the best of my knowledge, there is one reason and one reason only this is on the agenda today, and that is because the last commission voted 3-2 to bring this forward and to expedite it, the last commission. And 2 of those 3 votes are not on the commission anymore. And I fully respect the opinion of the 1 commissioner that still is. You're all entitled to your opinion, and we can respectfully disagree. But that's the only reason that it's here. Now, 3.5 years ago, I had a one-on-one conversation with another commissioner, not in office anymore, and I asked, is one commission bound by the commitments made by a previous one? Totally different topic, of course, nothing having to do with cannabis. And I was told no. I was hoping that they were, but I was told no, they're not bound by what a previous commission does. But here we are today. This appeal should be denied both on the basis of process and substance. This matter was half-baked, double entendre intended, was half-baked with the Planning Commission in December, and it is still half-baked. And that is not a criticism of the Planning Department. They were made to rush this, but it shows that it's been rushed. The CAB meeting gets talked about. Admittedly, it was rushed, and it was poorly attended. There's been little time for public input. There was supposed to be a report, I believe, from the Health District. What we have is it being conveyed secondhand. There was supposed to be a report from the Sheriff's Department. Very important. At that Planning Committee meeting, they allowed public comment by telephone from somebody from the Sheriff's Department. Rather unusual. Let me call your attention, if I may, to what's on that wall. Washoe County's mission to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. What is there about cannabis consumption lounges that fulfills that? I say none of them. Yes, over there you have the strategic direction that talks about social, economic, and policy leadership, not at the expense of safe, secure, and healthy. Running out of time as usual. So at the Planning Commission meeting, the claim was made that there are 5 bars in Washoe Valley. I believe that's an error. I believe there's only 2. None of them have a big billboard spread around trying to draw people from all over. That means they're trying to draw their base from people who are going to have to drive to get there. Soul Cannabis has not shown themselves to be a good neighbor, and anything that they say can't be enforced, and the enforcement element is not effective, has not taken place. Please deny. Thank you.
Mr. Lowe.
Grace Crosley, followed by Doug Flaherty.
Welcome.
Move this way down.
It's all yours.
All right. I'm here today because ever since I learned that we were going to be considering cannabis lounges, I've been pretty unhappy about it. And I'm not opposed to them in principle. The reason I'm so unhappy about it is because there's a big way in which they're quite different from bars, and that is air pollution. If there's a bar next door to me across the street, or if I'm walking by one, you know, I'm not consuming alcohol. The people in it are consuming the alcohol. But in the case of cannabis lounges, I mean, I see that we have some air quality standards for inside the lounge, but where are they venting the air to? The outdoors. And if people are using outdoors, I mean, you're getting exposed to a lot of secondhand smoke or vapor. A study was done a few years ago that compared the contents of secondhand smoke to the contents of secondhand marijuana smoke, and it found that they have about the same number of carcinogens in them, just in different proportions. And of course, with secondhand vapor, even though you can't smell anything, that doesn't mean that you're not still breathing in carcinogens and psychoactive compounds like THC. It's a little odd to me that we're even having this problem because legalization is so new. This is a big opportunity for us to finally, to sort of set a precedent as to how marijuana is going to be used. And we keep reducing people's ability to smoke and vape. For example, in 2019, I believe, we prohibited smoking and vaping in county parks. And it seems like we have a big opportunity to just say, yeah, people can use marijuana here, can purchase marijuana here, but just not airborne products. I mean, there's so many alternatives that don't affect bystanders. Edibles, potables, oils, tinctures, and I'm sure the industry is going to be innovative and come up with even more ways. So I'd like to challenge you guys to think outside the box a little. I think we could get rid of a lot of problems entirely if we just moved away from airborne use and, especially don't allow cannabis lounges to operate without making sure that they're not polluting the air around us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Doug Flaherty.
Welcome.
Thank you, Doug Flaherty, Incline Village, Nevada. I don't need a prepared statement because if you have seen what I have seen, you wouldn't even be considering this matter. I was a battalion chief in Orange County, city of Orange, bordered by Disneyland on one side, Anaheim Hills, Santa Ana, Garden Grove, and I responded to hundreds of traffic incidents involving impaired drivers over a 21-year period. As a battalion chief, you only respond to calls that are called heavy-duty rescues. And that's where victims are trapped or multi-casualty incidents. In other words, very serious incidents. I want to share 2 out of hundreds. There was a common area off the 22 freeway where we would have traffic accidents quite often, but one particular case out of several, when I arrived, we could see the driver with his legs cut off in the front seat, the entire front end of the car smashed, and 3 individuals ran off. I could smell the marijuana and the alcohol in the car. The other incident I want to share with you is a rollover of a sports car with 6 individuals in it. The car turned over and skidded close to 100 feet, decapitated every one of the drivers. The highway patrolman, I told the medics, we need to get these people scoped. The highway patrolman said, oh, don't worry about it, they're dead. And I said, you know what? That's really callous. I don't care if you think they're dead or not, we're gonna scope them. Well, of course they were dead. Decapitated. I could smell the marijuana and the alcohol in the car. Don't do this. For the commissioner that said the other day, I support business and I expect adults to act like adults. The statistics work otherwise. That is a lame excuse for supporting this. That is zero conscience. Zero. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Reject the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in that's in chambers, but I do have 17 emails to put on the record.
Okay. We will close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in first.
Excuse me.
Okay.
And see if that would be acceptable. My ability to think and act and talk is directly in proportion to the pressure on my bladder. So
Understand completely.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So Commissioner Herman, you are ready to make a motion. Can we wait for? Okay, so let me just make this clear. So if your motion is to uphold the denial, then our votes it would seem like it's counterintuitive, but it's not. It would seem like if you vote yes, then you're voting, against. So a yes vote for the denial is to uphold it. A no vote is to overturn it. Okay? Okay. Commissioner Herman, you wanted to make a motion. We are
So,
now done with public comment.
I wanted to make a motion to affirm the Planning Commission's decision and denial.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I will second it. Okay. Under discussion, anyone? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries, hold on a second here, I don't know whether I heard everyone correctly. Motion carries 3-2. Okay, we're going to be in recess for, please, thank you. We're going to be in recess for about 5 minutes. We'll come back at about 3:40-ish. we ready to get back moving again? Okay. I'm going to call us back to order. It's a little tiny bit past where we said we'd be back, but we are back now. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 24. Would you take us into that, please?
Absolutely. Item number 4 is a master
24.
Sorry, 24.
Thank you.
I'm on it. Item number 24 is master plan amendment case number WMPA 22-0006 and regulatory zone amendment case number WRZA 22-0007, the Calle de la Plata and Village Green Commerce Center specific plan. There's a recommendation to adopt an amendment to the Spanish Springs Area Plan, which is a component of the Washoe County Master Plan, to change the master plan land use designation from rural residential to industrial on APN. It's assessor's parcel number 534-56109, which is a plus or minus 10.4 acre site in size. Also to adopt an amendment to the Washoe County Master Plan, Spanish Springs Area Plan, Appendix D, Village Green Commerce Center specific plan to add APN 534-56109, located at 365 Calle de la Plata, to the plan area, and to adopt amendments to the Washoe County Master Plan, Spanish Springs Area Plan, Appendix D, Village Green Commerce Center specific plan to include a whole host of items that Ms. Olander will be here to provide a presentation to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioners, would you like a brief presentation? Do you want me to give you a little bit of history on this property? Because I can, sadly, I can tell you the history. So I'll give you the brief history, and then if you want, Ms. Olander. So this goes back a number of years where there was and it was I'm not even going to call it a project. It was a zone change, and it was for an area called Village at the Green or Village on the Green, and it was originally a green industrial park. And all of the stuff which is now residential on the north side of Calle de la Plata was zoned industrial and commercial. The stuff on the south side of Calle de la Plata, which is where this is, was zoned industrial and commercial. And even prior to all of this, there's a very large, and I don't know how many, is it 20 acres, the flood detention basin? It's about 20 acres. That 20-acre parcel was kind of included in all of this stuff. So, and then all the stuff out on the corner, which would be on the southeast corner of Calle de la Plata and Pyramid, was zoned neighborhood commercial. This was all supposed to be a green industrial park. Let me define that for you. Let me tell you what was put before us. And I was on the Citizens Advisory Board when this came before us originally. So the Green Industrial Park was that they were going to have this fairly large industrial park, yet they claimed, I still don't know how they were going to do it, especially with the technology of the time, because I still don't think it's possible, but they claimed that they were going to be able to generate all of their own power via solar and via wind generation. So the commission at the time approved it. All of these parcels were zoned, of course, industrial. The downturn of the economy comes, and the parcels all got pushed back to the bank, including the parcels on the north side of Pyramid. Those are on Pyramid of Calle de la Plata, rather. So those parcels ended up being sold. Our commission, not our commission, Commissioner Herman, decided, okay, along with the neighbors, that we would do residential there. The stuff on the south side of Calle de la Plata, so there's, Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a 40-acre parcel in the middle. There is a 10-acre parcel. Is it 40 in the middle, or is it only 20 in the middle?
Julie Olander with Planning and Building. How about if I put a map up?
Would you put up? That'd be perfect. So you see the parcel that's in the middle, and you see the parcel. So you see the blue parcel, then you see the parcel that's on the left. The parcel that's on the left of that is our flood detention facility, and this has been a great I mean, it's a great detention pond. It helps to attenuate the flows coming out of, on that side of the mountains, it's Griffith Canyon, which flow down, and you know, at some point we're going to have to deal with that. But that's a crucial piece of this. So the parcel in the middle is zoned industrial and commercial. The parcel just to the south or to the lower side of that is zoned industrial and commercial. The bank was able to sell those. This parcel here was zoned industrial originally, but when the bank went to sell it, they really couldn't sell it as industrial. So they came in, again, this was before I was a commissioner, before Commissioner Herman was a commissioner. They came in and they asked for a change to take it back to MDR. So that parcel currently is zoned MDR. The request that's before us, and I've had long conversations with this property owner, the request that's before us today is to change that from MDR back to industrial, which is what it was before. If you see the parcels to the east or to the right-hand side, commissioners, those are all zoned GR, which are actually non-conforming parcels. They are zoned 10 acres, and the minimum size for GR in Spanish Springs is 40 acres. So at some point, we're going to have to bring our parcels into conformance. We're going to have to figure that out, but that's not what's before us today. What's before us today is that they're asking to revert this back to industrial and commercial from MDR, and there's a residential dwelling unit on it, and of course, that'll become a non-conforming use, and the residential dwelling unit will have to go away. Ms. Olander, floor is yours. And I'm just giving you the history of what I know, because I was on the Citizens Advisory Board when all of this came before us, and the reversion of industrial back to MDR, or to MDR, rather.
I'm Julie Olander with Planning and Building again. I think you captured it very well, Commissioner Hartung. So basically what they're asking is to master plan this parcel back into the Village Green specific plan, and to do that, they have to become zoned, master planned and zoned industrial. And then we're also updating the specific plan itself. There's some language in there that was primarily for the larger parcel to the right of that little blue outline. And it was sort of, we've gone through several renditions as Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Hartung, and I believe Commissioner Hill have heard this case before. So we're just going through another rendition of trying to get this plan updated to being viable for the property owners to develop industrial uses and yet still be sensitive to the residential properties to the south. So there are some specific standards in the specific plan that limits the height, requires certain setbacks and so forth. So that will make it not be the large tall buildings that you see across the street off of Isabel, which is straight industrial. So
Right.
that specific plan gives them some specific standards.
So commissioners, also, if you look directly to the north or straight up, you will see all of those parcels. Those are all zoned MDS. So if this was just a standalone parcel and they wanted to do industrial, I would be very resistant to that. But because all of the ingress, egress is going to happen to the east, Director Smith I've talked to him about what that's going to look like. How do we get traffic in and out of there? And I've also talked, so the parcels directly at the bottom of the screen, that's all bridle path. I've talked to many residents there, and they don't want more residential dwelling units there, at least all the ones that I've talked to. So, and perhaps there are some that do want residential there, but at this time, that's what's before us today is a reversion of that particular parcel. So. Questions, commissioners for staff? Okay, if there are none, Madam Clerk, let's call public comment.
First up, we have Aaron Guston.
Welcome, sir.
Hello. So I live directly south.
Okay.
I pretty much border, pretty much right in the center. I have a couple concerns. Obviously, something's going to be put there. I'm not going to fight that. But lighting, the warehouses across the highway have LED lighting, which I'm all for it, but they're bright. They don't turn off till like 9:30-ish at night, and it's gonna be right in my backyard. So I'm kind of curious, is there any way we can put like a timestamp, not 9 o'clock, but like 7 o'clock, bring the lighting down to minimum egress lighting, something along those lines? And then another concern I had, is all the flood detention area. What is happening there? Because when I bought the house, that was one of my main attractions for it, knowing that would never be developed. Well, because it's flood detention. It was a so that couldn't really be built on. Now I see it's going to be encompassed in this project. What happens? Am I still liable to pay for all the debt that's still there for it? Or are they going to encompass all that debt? Because every year, our, assessments or whatever you call it, they go up because we have to pay for that. So I'm hoping if they encompass that they take the debt also. Because I don't feel like I need to pay for their stuff at that point. And then my other concern is, obviously there's a flood detention there because it's a lot of water comes rushing down there. It's obviously washed out the road previously. That's 80 acres of dirt right now. So a lot of the water right now gets absorbed in the ground and doesn't run down to the flood detention. Not saying if that makes sense. If you have all concrete and all asphalt, now none of it can absorb and all that water is going in the detention area. Is that going to be able to handle it? Or is it all going to come downhill my way and put me back in a flood zone? So just a couple concerns I have. Like I said, I know something's going to be developed there. Not going to fight that. Better than apartments. So I just want to make sure those issues are addressed, and hopefully we can build something good there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Carolina Flores.
Welcome, ma'am.
My name's Carolina Flores, True Real Estate License number S049136. And on behalf of Jane Ryan, owner of Zero Dykes, the 10 acres south of raw land south of 365 Calle de la Plata, the owner and I together are in agreement for your approval of the rezoning change of 365 Calle de la Plata. You are authorized and approved for the zoning to change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Let me answer a couple of these questions, Julie, because I happen to know. I was around when the storm water utility in Spanish Springs was built. We paid $9.31 a month. What will happen, commissioners, is this project will ultimately feed into that. Now, they will have to mitigate their impact. Let me tell you what this means. Currently, if you look just on the upper right-hand corner, you can see kind of that. It looks like there's a little road. That's not a road. That is the extension of all of that kind of a waterway that flows off of out of Griffith Canyon and is trying to make its way down to that detention facility. What's in front of us today is not a project. We're not here to look at lighting standards. We're not here to look at anything that's going on that parcel. That will come back to us at a later time, and we can certainly condition. And I'm very supportive of. And I know they'll tell you that their lighting standards are, they don't bleed onto the next property. As soon as you figure out how to control light, and I was a photographer for years, I'm your huckleberry. I want to hear about that. So I appreciate what the neighbors are going through, and I think that we can mitigate those impacts. With respect to the stormwater, I believe, and in fact, I know this, and maybe Ms. Olander, you can talk about this a little bit. I don't have Dwayne Smith here, but first of all, it's going to have to conform to the Washoe County Drainage Manual. And I believe that that's going to literally end up stopping water that will be flowing south and onto those parcels in Bridle Path, and they will very likely, and again, I wish Dwayne Smith was here, but maybe one of you can answer this question, they will very likely have to increase the capacity of that detention pond that flows through, and then they will pay their fair share when it's developed. Once it's developed, they will pay their fair share into the stormwater utility. Am I correct in that? You're shaking your heads, but will you come up and so that we can put this on the record? They can't. No. Ms. Olander, I think you. This is not a question for them. This is a question for you.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Julie Olander with Planning and Building. I thought you pointed to him.
No. I apologize.
Anyway, yes, they will have to manage any kind of water flow on the property. They'll have to put detention basins in or whatever. But yes, that will be required. And I just want to point out, in this plan, it has some strong language in the specific plan on lighting.
Mm-hmm.
So they are required to sort of meet lighting standards that are above the normal requirement in industrial areas. So the specific plan gives us that kind of language where, like I say, across the street, they don't have quite the same kind of requirements, but it's pretty strict here. So anyway, any kind of runoff will be managed on site, and they will have to mitigate that and show that in any kind of building permits that they submit.
Okay, perfect. So Commissioners, one last thing I will tell you, having lived in the valley for 36 years, same house. When I moved out there, there was no stormwater utility. It flooded far worse 36 years ago than it does today. If you look just south, Calle de la Plata is that road that intersects. If you look just south of that, when we moved out there, 1989, Pyramid Highway washed out, right there, just south of that, where you see those parcels, but the water flowed through and basically cut Pyramid Highway in half and flowed across to the west side of the valley and then made its way down to what's now Eagle Canyon. And then there at Eagle Canyon, and everybody complains, oh my God, there's water on the roadway. We do have some fixes. There is some engineering that we're going to have to take care of. But that said, back in the day when there was no stormwater utility in Spanish Springs, there was more than 6 feet of water at what's now Eagle Canyon because it just didn't have anywhere else to go. So I think that this is a perfectly legitimate ask. I think it's an appropriate ask. If we don't approve this, I mean, I'll completely understand if the commission doesn't want to support this. But at some point, I guarantee you, they're going to come back and they're going to ask for residential there, because they already are. They already are medium density rural, and that will be the. They're going to want to convert. And by the way, there was already an original ask to convert everything except for not everything that you see in black, because again, the far left side is the detention pond itself. That will not go away. That is not ever going to go away as far as we're concerned. That's an integral component to drain that area up there and to attenuate those flows. But there was a request to make all of that property MDES, 3 dwelling units per acre. So there'd be another, few hundred houses on that side of the highway, the potential for that. So again, I'm supportive of this change. This is a reversion. I have sadly lived this. I know it maybe as well as staff. I knew all the players. And I, it's one of those things that at some point, and we talked about this earlier, at some point this is going to be developed. Once it does come in and get developed, I think that's when we can really look at the standards. We can say, how are you going to deal with the drainage? And by the way, we can require, just as we did in some of the areas in other places, we can require a 1 to 1.5. So if a gallon flows off, we'll force them to literally retain 1.5 gallons. or a gallon flows on, will literally force them to retain or do something with that gallon and a half. So we can set those standards where they can't let it flow just pell-mell off of the property. Currently, it's a 1-to-1. So, Commissioner Hill.
And just to add, to speak to the residents' concerns, which I think are very valid, there are really large setbacks that are required as well as part of this development. So I'm hoping that also satisfies the concern. If you are to the south, it's a 50-foot setback that includes a buffer. So that would be required for any development, from what I can tell from the.
But the detention facility, nothing will change.
Exactly, nothing changes there. I'm just saying, for example, the particular development that we're talking about today.
But Commissioner, let's recognize that's already in existence. This is
the 50-foot setback.
That's in existence. This is an island, as you can see, and so there's not going to be any setbacks on that particular parcel except for the front setbacks that would abut Calle de la Plata.
Oh, there's no rear setbacks.
No, because the property that is to the south of it is also industrial.
Okay.
See it right there?
I know, I see the building, but I'm looking at the standards and the actual
but there's a 10-acre
development
parcel,
code.
Commissioner, that's directly to the south that's already industrial.
Yes.
Okay? So that's what's before us today. Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay. Either one of you, if you want me to, I will make the motion. I will make the motion to approve as listed in the staff report and to uphold the Planning Commission's approval, or one of you can make it.
You should. It's your district. A second.
Okay. We have a motion by Hartung, second by Hill. We have asked for and taken public comment. Commissioners, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. That takes us to item number 25. Mr. Manager.
Item number 25 is a second reading and possible adoption of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 100 Buildings and Construction. And with that, I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Okay. This will be ordinance number 1697, an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code Chapter 100 Buildings and Construction to reflect that a standalone Department of Building and Safety no longer exists, and that its functions are part of the Planning and Building Division within the Community Services Department. Amendments to this chapter include updates to the nomenclature and structure of the business unit and positions providing buildings and safety services to the Washoe County community and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1887.
Okay. Commissioners, do you need a staff report? Do you need someone to answer any questions? Okay. I'm looking for a motion.
Do you want public comment? But I can do the motion if you want.
Yeah. I don't see anybody signed in, so that's why
Okay.
I'm not trying to skip over it. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments signed in on item number 25?
We do not.
Okay. Close public comment.
All right. Move to conduct a second reading and adopt the ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 100 to reflect the standalone Department of Building and Safety no longer exists and that its functions are part of the Planning and Building Division within the Community Services Department. Amendments to this chapter include the nomenclature and structure of business unit and positions providing building and safety services to Washoe County community and other matters necessarily connected herewith and pertaining hereto.
Was that number, I thought you said ordinance number 1697?
Ordinance 1697.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a motion. I have a second. Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Hill, second by Ms. Herman. We have asked for public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, I believe, unanimously. That takes us now, Mr. Manager, item number 26.
Item number 26 is also a second reading regarding the adoption of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code in chapters 50 and 70 concerning vehicles and traffic violations. With that, I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Okay, this will be ordinance number 1698, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 50, Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, and Chapter 70, Vehicles and Traffic, by repealing sections duplicative of state law requiring a new resident to obtain a Nevada driver's license, by amending the penalty section in Washoe County Code Chapter 50 to be punishable as a civil penalty of not more than $500 in lieu of a misdemeanor citation, by amending the Washoe County Code Chapter 70 to retain a misdemeanor citation for the following offenses: not obeying a police officer's orders, not obeying traffic control devices, interfering with traffic control devices, hitting a pedestrian in a crosswalk, walking along highways while not on paved portion of roadway or crosswalk, or intoxicated, speeding over 30 miles per hour or more than 30 miles per hour or more over the limit, driving without a license, driving with a suspended license, drinking while driving, failing to stop at the scene of an accident, failing to give notice of an accident, reckless driving, and failing to appear in court, by amending Washoe County Code Chapter 70 to provide for civil penalties for the following offenses: crossing at other than crosswalk, speed limit fine, angle parking in certain instances, and providing that civil penalty shall be the default penalty for a violation of Chapter 70 in accordance with Assembly Bill 116 of the 2021 Nevada legislative session, and by amending Washoe County Code Chapter 70 to specify gross misdemeanor penalties for off-highway vehicle violations, driving under the influence, and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That was formerly Bill number 1885.
Okay. Commissioners, do we require any information on this from staff? Have any questions on it? Okay. Looking for a motion to approve ordinance number 1698.
Mr. Chairman, I move to pursuant to conduct a second reading regarding an ordinance 1698.
As listed in the staff report?
As listed in the staff report.
There you go.
Madam
Have a
Vice
second?
Chair, this was the second reading.
This is the second reading?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So I have a motion by Ms. Hill, second by Commissioner Herman. Do we have any public comment?
We do
We
not.
didn't? Okay, we asked for that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Yeah. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us now to item number 27, our final public comment. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, item number 27 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Clerk, would you please call public comment?
We have Doug Flaherty. And I will distribute his documents.
Okay. Give us a moment, Mr. Flaherty.
Oh, I believe this is the same document that I distributed before. Mr. Flaherty, is this the same document that was distributed before?
No.
Okay.
Let me make sure. It's not. Okay.
Give us just a moment. Madam Clerk, would you start the clock, please?
Chair Huckleberry and members of the board. Chair Hartung and members of the board. You have in front of you a written comment. It discusses attachment A. Attachment A is not attached, so please ignore that. It's the Butte County 2009 Civil Grand Jury Report. You're all stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin, even though we have one representative on the TRPA. There's going to be some upcoming decisions to be made, and I want to reiterate that the public considers you as stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. The TRPA and its partner counties must require and provide a full cumulative impact EIR and EIS in connection with current controversial commercial projects, as well as proposed amendments to the Placer Tahoe Basin Plan, the Washoe Tahoe Area Plan, and the TRPA Regional Plan. This includes comprehensive data-driven road-by-road evacuation route assessments are conducted as part of the applicable EIR/EIS. If one looks through the grand jury report from 2009 from Butte County, it is germane to the discussion to compare the past of what happened in Butte County with our current Tahoe Basin and Palisades geographical and regulatory setting. This includes an awareness of potential future cumulative impacts on the basin under the aggressive pro-growth, pro-developer mindset of the TRPA and its partner counties. In 2009, a Butte County civil grand jury concluded that the roads leading from Paradise to Upper Ridge communities had significant constraints and human capacity limitations on their use as evacuation routes. The report noted a combination of road conditions which increases the fire danger and the possibility of being closed due to fire or smoke, namely sharp curves, inadequate shoulders, and fire hazards adjacent to the shoulders, such as fire fuel and steep slopes. The report recommended a moratorium on new home construction in fire-prone areas and a halt to multifamily projects. In 2009, the Butte County Board of Supervisors, the people's representatives, called the grand jury report not reasonable, citing improved building codes and fire prevention requirements as arguments against a moratorium. 10 years later, the Camp Fire caused at least 85 civilian casualties, with one person still missing as of August 2nd, 2019, and injured 12 civilians and 5 firefighters. There's a difference between a fire evacuation plan and an evacuation route assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There's nobody else signed in, but I do have one email to be placed on the record.
Okay. We will close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, that takes us into item number 28.
Item number 28 is Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything, Mr. Manager?
I do not, thank you.
Commissioners?
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
I was hoping we could have a property analysis for Washoe County and a lease analysis. I brought this up at our agenda review, but I was happy to approve the leases, especially for the North Valley's library, but I think we need to look at what kind of capital projects do we need to get online to get out of these leases and have county property and really invest in the community. Oh my gosh, I had another one and it left my brain. Mr. Chairman, I'll have to bring it up the next meeting.
Okay. All right, anyone else? I have nothing. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. One more thing. If commissioners want agenda reviews, I know that the chair and the vice chair get an agenda review, which is awesome, and I have been feeling very blessed to be part of that. But if commissioners want agenda reviews, they can request those separately to staff, correct, before the meeting, so that items can be understood or, clarifications can be made. So, and I know that other communities, that each one of the council members or commissioners do get vetted on items. So perhaps that's something that we need to take into consideration with our county management moving forward. So just wanted to note that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I'd like to agree with Commissioner Hill. The county should be looking at facilities that we could either buy, purchase, or have some involvement from other folks in the community, maybe some of the developers and builders that are building out in the North Valleys and other places might want to contribute to the library. I didn't particularly have all the details about the library. I don't know what the square footage is. I don't know what the lease is per month on square footage. It doesn't come up for renewal until until June, and we're acting on it today. I would have liked to have had a little bit more information on that particular lease, but other things that we should be looking at. I've learned a long time ago, leasing is a good thing for certain things, but sometimes you have residual value if you own something. There's always going to be some, and I know that from the assessor's world, is no matter how old or how beat up it is, it usually has about 25% of the value. That's how we value properties. So look at that. But and lastly, yeah, I've asked for information about this meeting and the meeting before, and I get crickets. So I'd like the staff to supply me with information about these so I can study it in advance. I mean, I feel like I'm flying blind here trying to catch up, and I'd like to see some information before we get to a meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Manager, you okay? Okay, all right, we are adjourned.